Hello and welcome to the world of React, Node, and AWS. My name is Ryan. I'm a full-stack web developer, entrepreneur, and online instructor with nearly 100,000 students worldwide. Let's talk about this course. In this course, you will learn full-stack, Mern-Stack web development. So this course is going to be fully practical with real-world projects. You will learn to build infinitely scalable web app. So that is the core focus of this course. And you will also learn the entire process of building apps from ideas to reality. So you come up with an idea or somebody give you an idea about the app that they want to build, but getting an idea is one thing, but actually taking that idea and putting it into practice, coding from scratch and all the way to the deployment of the application. So the entire workflow, there are so many little details you need to follow. Everything from scratch to going live in the cloud. Okay, so entire process is covered in this course. And this course is easy as well. It's a massive project, but that doesn't mean it is extremely difficult. No. If you have taken my other courses, you must have already known my style. I like to keep things extremely simple. Okay, and this course is no exception. It is easy, yet it is rock solid in terms of project architecture. So you will learn to build an app that will be targeting millions of users. So that is our aim. At the same time, it has to be easy to maintain and grow, right? That is our core focus as well. And in this course, we will be using most in-demand, high-performance and powerful tools such as React, Node, and AWS services. So talking about the tech stack, we're going to use React and we're going to use NEXTJS. NEXTJS is a framework, React framework for building production-ready React applications. And the reason we're using NEXTJS is it makes everything simple. It comes with its own routing system, comes with server-side rendering out of the box so that your React application will be SEO friendly as well. So we're going to use NEXTJS in the client side. We're going to use Node, Express, and Mongodb and other NPM packages obviously to build our backend API. Then we will be using AWS services for some heavy-duty tasks. When it comes to file storage, potentially you might have hundreds of thousands of users. They will be uploading hundreds of thousands of images, let's say. So where are you going to put all that? If you save them in your own local directory, over time it will grow out of control. That's what we're going to focus. We want to build an application that is easy to maintain and scale, right? And also keep the price low. So S3 is perfect for that. So you can store unlimited amount of files, images, all those data you can store in S3 and there is no limit and the pricing is extremely low. So we're going to utilize AWS S3 for that. We're also going to use SCALABLE, that is a simple email service provided by AWS. So we're going to use that service for sending emails. We're going to be sending emails, single emails. For example, when users sign up for the first time, we're going to send them email activating their account. But later, when any user submit a post or link, then any users who are interested in that category, that could be thousands, tens, thousands, 1 million, it could be any amount of users. So all of them will be receiving notification email as well. So it's going to be a mass emailing feature as well. So for all that, we're going to use SCS. Finally, we're also going to use EC2, which is a hosting service provided by AWS. That is the one we're going to use to deploy our app in the cloud. And then when it comes to database, we're going to use MongoDB and we're going to use Mongo Atlas, which is a managed database service in the cloud. So your database can grow as big as you want and you don't have to worry about scaling and maintaining it. All right. So Mongo Atlas will handle that, as well as AWS will handle the file storage, sending emails, and hosting. All right. Finally, requirements. Okay, so as you can see, we're going to build extremely scalable, high performance web app that is going to reach out to millions of users. That is exciting, but at the same time, you need to have some understanding of JavaScript, React, and Node to take this course. Otherwise, you will be lost. Right? So make sure you have the basic understanding of JavaScript, React, and Node. If you're new to React, Node, or modern JavaScript, you can check out my other course here on Udemy. That is a Mern-Stack social network course, which is extremely beginner friendly, and you will learn the core concepts of how Node.js works, how React works, and how modern JavaScript works. So with all that said, let's move on to next lecture, where we're going to talk about what we are going to build. What we will build in this course. So in this course, we will build a startup project that is inspired by sites like hackr.io and getconnected.com. So if you have never heard of them or never used them, I will show you. And basically these apps have grown in last 1 or 2 years. They have grown from nothing to millions of user base. Okay, so that is the reason I have decided to build an app that is highly inspired by these sites. All right, so let's have a look at hackr.io. So first time I came across this this one is just hackr. Okay, so the first time I came across this site, it was about 2 years ago, and then back then this site had like less than 100,000 visitors per month. But now in less than 2 years, the site has grown significantly. These days they're getting traffic of about 1 million users per month. Okay, so this is a pretty good site. It is highly user based. So as you can see in the home page, what they have is they have all these categories. I like to call them categories, right? So you can see Python, JavaScript, React, Angular, Node, all these categories or the main topics they have here. So you can click on any of them. For example, let's click on React. And once you click on React, you can see a lot of links here submitted by different users. Okay, so each link, if you click, they will take you to these particular destination. For example, you can see this is a Udemy link for this course. This is for NEXTJS. This is also for Udemy course, and this one is for YouTube. All right, and this one is for GitHub. So for example, if you click, that takes to the destination. All right, so these links, as you can see here, they can be submitted by different users. So this has been submitted by HZ, this one is by Bridges, and so on. Okay, so this is the core focus of this project. So they have a site where they have a bunch of topics, a bunch of categories, and each categories, on each categories, users can submit a link. So for example, an instructor like me, I would be happy to find a place like this where I can promote my courses, right? So for example, let's say YouTubers, you are a YouTuber, you publish videos, then obviously you would like to reach out to many people as possible. So you can come to sites like this and submit a link so that your content is exposed. All right, so that is the core concept here. And obviously users going to sign up and submit the links, and because you can see I'm logged in, I can see my profile as well. And in my profile, in my dashboard, you can see the links that I have submitted so far. Okay, so this app can be used in many different ways, not only to share your content, or sometimes you might like a tutorial or some blog article or some YouTube videos you found somewhere, and then you like that very much, so you want to keep track of those content. So maybe you can come to a site like this and just simply publish, right? So that next time you want to visit that particular site, you might not remember, but if you have used such site, you can come here and quickly go to your dashboard and have a look. All right, but hackr.io doesn't exactly work like that, because once you submit the link, the admin will hold that hold your post. The post will not be live. You have to wait for like 2-3 days, and then once they approve, then you can see here. Okay, but we're going to make some changes to make things easier and exciting for users and for admin as well, like holding everyone's post for a few days and going through each of them and publishing. That's a lot of work for the site owner, site admin as well, right? So that's a lot of work. And then for users as well, if they can see their submitted link straight away, that would make them excited, right? But here that doesn't happen. You have to wait. Okay, so some of the things I think we can improve and make it even better. All right, but like I said, there are a lot of small details we need to follow, and we're going to actually work on all this. In fact, I have already deployed our finished project, which I'm going to quickly show you now, but later on I will come back and go through each step. All right, so Mern-Stack.com. Okay, so this is the project you will be building in this course. You can see it's a similar concept. So you have a bunch of topics or categories on the home page, and I was talking to you about this another site as well, getconnected.com, which is also pretty similar to hackr.io. Let's give it a try. Okay, so here also you can see it's a home page. So a bunch of links people have submitted, and if you click, this will take me to Medium, this will take me to Medium post, and so on. All right, so this is the project, the finished project we're going to build. So you can see we have a list of categories just like they have here. Okay, list of topics. Once you click, you can see the user submitted links, and that is what we're going to have here. But in addition, I also have added the trending section. So this can be exciting for people, because here we're going to show links no matter on which category they are. They could be submitted under React, Node, Firebase, anything, doesn't matter, right? So whichever link has been clicked many times, they will appear here. Okay, so the top 3 highest clicks, the links, they will appear here. Okay, so this is one of the exciting feature of this application as well. Okay, so let's click on let's say React. All right, so you can see here we have the title, we have a description, and this is going to be quite flexible as well. If you want to write more content, we're going to use a rich text editor, so you can do a lot of cool stuff here. And we show the image, so obviously images are coming from the AWS S3. All right, and you can see on the sidebar we show most popular links. Okay, and the click counts here, and this is the type. Okay, so type is going to be either free or paid. Okay, and then the medium, it's going to be book or video, whatever that is, right? And you can see here these are the links. So this is the domain name, this is the link. If I click, I will be taken to that link. All right, beautiful. And you can see here when it is submitted, by which user, and how many clicks here. All right, and there is infinite scrolling as well. So at the moment only 2 links will be loaded at the moment, but if I go down quickly, you can see it is loading more posts. Okay, so if you have hundreds of posts, doesn't matter, as the user scrolls down, they will be loading. Okay, you can see, beautiful. Okay, so this is the user facing side. It doesn't look like much, it is quite exciting, but once we have a look in the backend, it is very exciting. And you can see I have a submit link as well, and just to make things attractive so that users can see actually, oh wow, I can submit the link, right? Beautiful. So this makes the user exciting. That's why I decided to show here even without logging in, but obviously they can't post, they have to log in to post. Okay, but I decided to show this so that it is a bit more exciting for users. Otherwise we could just protect this route, but I think this is better. Okay, so obviously users can log out, register and everything. They can pick their favorite category when they're signing up, all that stuff. but let's come back to this application later. Okay, so I just wanted to show you what we're going to build. So we're going to build a site that is inspired by these startups. Okay, they have been very successful lately, highly engaging apps these are. And let me quickly show you, right, how successful they are. For example, if you search learn React tutorials, something like that, if you search, you will straight away see these sites pop up. For example, you can see here hackr-io tutorials, and they already come here on the first page. And the reason for that is, as you can imagine, there are so many different learning resources. All the links are here. So no wonder Google has indexed these pages, and they are showing up on the first page of Google, right? Beautiful. All right, so let's continue. In the next lecture, we're going to talk a bit more about the aim of the project. I think we already talked quite a lot, but let's go through it just so that we have clear-cut understanding of what we're going to build. Let's go through the aim of this project. So the reason you are taking this course is you want to master the techniques of building robust web apps using React, Node, and Mongodb, right? So that is the core focus of this project, and that is the aim of the project as well. Not only that you will build, you will learn and master the techniques, right? Now, beside that, when it comes to the actual project, so the project will be targeting millions of potential users to use and engage with our app, right? So users could be anyone who find a course, video, or article, anything online, and they like to share it. Okay, so they like to share, then they will come to our site and they will share the link, which will also be available in their dashboard. Not only that, it will publish straight away under the given category, it will also be available in their dashboard all the time. So the user could be anyone. User could be a content creator like me, instructors, it could be YouTubers, it could be blog and tutorial writers, book authors, it could be anyone who want to share their content, whether it's a blog post, book, course, videos, anything. So they will register and log into our app to post, share, promote the links, URLs, and also keep track of their favorite links or URLs. So they will do this to get free traffic, right? So people don't do things for no reason, obviously. So people will come to submit this the links because maybe they want to get more traffic, they want to get people's attention, right? And so sharing links for free to a site like this, which would potentially have hundreds of thousands or even millions of users visiting the site, so it will obviously be beneficial for them. So they will come to share the links, but like I said, it can be anyone. It doesn't have to be content creator. Like you and me, we can just go or we find something useful, some good tutorial, some good online course. Maybe we will take that and post in a website like this, so that we can, even for our own reference, we can come back later and go through the links that we had submitted, have a look at them in a dashboard and visit, right? It's beautiful. Okay, so users can also update and delete their post. Not only that, they will submit this, they will be able to update, delete anytime. Okay, so we have to keep it flexible, and we do that. And not only that, admin also have a bit of a superpower when it comes to update and delete, because when you have a project like this, sometimes people will try to abuse your platform. They might post some illegal or some inappropriate content. Then as an admin, you should have the right to update or delete those posts, and you will have those rights. Okay, so we're going to have very clean, flexible dashboard for users as well as admin, and protected routes for admin, users, everything as you would expect in a real world project. All right, so this is the aim of the project. As you can see, not only that you want to master the techniques, you want to learn how to implement all these concepts, and by the end of this course, you can only imagine how much knowledge you will gain from building such project, and you can apply those techniques to your own project, own startup, or for your job, or whatever it is, right? So that's great. This is the aim of the project. Now in the next lecture, let's go through the high level overview of the entire application structure. Okay, so I have a bit of a diagram which I will show you, and then we will go through the site, the finished project. We will log in, give it a try creating some links, and give it a try, and then we will be coding this beautiful application from scratch. In this lecture, I will take you through the entire workflow of the project, the backend, front end, everything, right? We will have a front end built with React, right? So we're going to have 4 main topics to focus on when we're building the front end. So one part is for users, one part is for pages, the user facing pages, which pages no one need to log in, they can just visit, right? And then the admin section and the user dashboard section. Let's go through this user section. So in the user part, first thing we need to do is we need to create a page so users can register, so they can enter their name, email, password, and register. However, we're not going to directly save the users in the database, because users could be using fake emails, whatever random emails. We don't want to save such junk users in our database, right? So we want to send them a confirmation email so that we can make sure that the user, whoever is trying to sign up to our application, they have a valid email address. Okay, so to activate the registration, they must click on the email. Only then we will save that user in the database. All right, so that is a very good approach, so you will not have any junk users filling up your database, right? So first it will be a registration process, then it will be activation, and then only then users will be able to log in. Sometimes they might forget the password, they might want to reset the password, because that happens all the time, right? We forget. So this section is for that. So basically we need these 5 pages: register, login, activation, forgot password, reset password. All right, so these pages are for users, even though they don't need to log in for those pages. They need to log in when they need to go to user dashboard. We will come back to it. All right, so user part, that is done. These pages we need to create one by one. We will start with register first. Okay, then the pages. So basically we will have 2 pages targeting the overall public, even Google, SEO, all that stuff will be done in just 2 pages. One is the home page, which is going to be a landing page where we have all the categories list and 3 trending links, right? And then when users click on any of those categories, each categories might have hundreds of links. So basically home page, and on home page you click and you go to a single view for that category, which will have a lot of links. And then we're going to focus on the admin dashboard and user dashboard. When we talk about admin dashboard will have links which will take them to create a category or submit a link. As an admin also you can submit by yourself. Okay, you should be able to update and delete the existing category. You should be able to update, delete your links as well as other people's link. And then obviously you can update profile if you want to, why not, right? So this is a high level overview. There is so much work need to be done to make everything right, but we will do it in the right way, and it is all doable. Don't worry, you just need to take it slow. Everything is going to be fine. All right, now the user dashboard and admin dashboard, they're going to be pretty similar, right? So user dashboard, the user will be able to update the profile, update or delete their links, and submit the link. All right, so that's pretty clean and flexible. As you can imagine, this is the front end of an application. So these 2 pages, these pages for login, register, forgot password, and everything, and these user and admin dashboard, they will be hidden. You need to log in, and once you log in, admin can do all that stuff, creating, updating, deleting categories and links, and users will be able to create, update, delete links as well as update the profile. Pretty clear, right? So that is the front end. Now let's have a look in the back end. So back end also going to be same. So everything here, it just doesn't happen in the front end. All this data need to be sent to the backend, saved in the database, all that stuff. Update the categories and save it back to the database, everything, right? So all that happens here. So the backend server will be mainly focused on the users, categories, and links. At first, we will set up our Node API, write a simple server, create routes and controller methods, okay, and then we're going to focus on these concepts. The first thing we need to do is we need to connect to a MongoDB, okay, so we're going to use Mongo Atlas for that. Then we're going to create user model. So now if you're new to model schema and all that, don't worry, we'll tackle it step by step. So we create a user model. The model basically defines what makes a user. A user, you need to have the name, email, password, all that stuff, right? So we're going to have a user model. Then we're going to implement functionalities for users to log in and register. First, we will apply the validation. So we need to make sure that user is sending email, valid email, a name, a password at least 6 characters long, all that stuff. We're going to run through the validation. Then we will be sending email when they're trying to register for the first time. We want to make sure that they're using the valid email address. So we will be using Amazon SCALABLE for sending emails. So we will need to quickly sign up to AWS and get this SCALABLE up and running as well during this step, login registration. And then obviously we will have these functionalities for forgot password and reset password as well. Okay, so if they forgot the password, they will be sending the email requesting for the reset password, and we will be sending the email confirmation. They will click on that and all that happens. Now let's come back to categories. Categories are basically going to be only for admin, sending all the categories list from the database to our front-end client for React, right? So response all the categories, response a single category with all the links. We're going to have admin and auth protected routes, which is very important because this creating and updating and deleting categories, we want to make sure this is only for admin. All right, so we need to protect the routes, and we're going to obviously create a category, upload the image to AWS S3. All right, and by the way, we're going to resize the image in the client side as well, which is going to be very exciting. Then obviously updating and deleting categories, that's for admin. And for links, respond all the links, so send out the list of links, admin and auth protected routes. Okay, so that's good. And user can create, update and delete. So all this functionality not only in the front end, we also need to implement in the back end, right? So this is the user facing part, and this is the actual server that will keep track of everything, update the database, all that stuff. All right, so beautiful. So this is the basic overview of the front end and back end. Now let's go to the next part. So user React. So all this, it can feel overwhelming. Okay, so if it is, don't worry, we're going to go through it step by step. I've just listed out this list here. So what happens when register process is happening? So a lot of things happen. So you can see here, first we need to create a register page, then we need to store the user information in the state in the React side, send a post request with that user data to our Node API, and then at that time we also need to sign up to AWS because we want to send the confirmation email using SCALABLE, right, for sending email. Okay, so once we do that, Node API will send confirmation email to user, and email will contain the link or token, whatever you like to call it, and that will contain all the user information such as name, email and password. So you can see previously we just talked about user will register, but we didn't go in detail. But now you can see once you go into detail of the registration process, it looks quite a lot, right? So this is the high level overview, register, but to actually register we have to go through all this step. Okay, so that's quite a lot of work, but it's going to be fun, trust me. Then activation. So once the user register, we're not going to save them, we wait for them to activate. So create account activation page in the React, right? And user will click on the activation email link. Okay, so once they click, they will land on the account activation page in our React app. From there, we will grab the token from the link URL. API will check for the valid token because this link will contain all the user information. We're going to encrypt using JWT. And finally, user is saved in the database. okay, once the activation is done, and then user can log in, right? So now user can log in. We have to create a login page, make post request to our backend. User can log in with the email and password. Once they log in, they can post link. Okay, that's great. And they can view all their posts. They can update, delete, all that stuff. See how the application is flowing from the top level: register, activation, and login. This is what we talked about earlier, right? Now 1, 2, 3. These three things have been have grown to this many things here, all right? But like I said, this is going to be very smooth. It's going to be like a song, like a dance. You start dancing and then you just dance all the way to the end of the song, right? So it's going to be like that. It's going to be fun, but I'm showing you here so that you understand how everything works. We come up with an idea of a user, register, activation, and login, but to actually implement, we have to go to the deeper level and go through all these steps. So create forgot password page. User can request if they forgot the password, right? And we ask them to enter the email. If they forgot the password, okay, no problem, please enter your email. And that email address we will post to the API, and the API will generate a link based on the fact that this email actually existed. If it did, then we will generate a link, save in the database as well as email, and API will send that link token to the email address so that the user can click on that link to reset the password, right? So create a reset password page again. We have to do that, and then the user will click on the email link that they received. When they click, they will land on the reset password page, and from there we will grab the link or URL, and then we will ask user to enter a new password. So once they submit, API will check for valid link against the token, all right? And finally, a success response to the user will be sent, and that means with the new password they will be able to log in. So see, forgot password and reset password, this is the workflow. Again, don't get overwhelmed. It will be very smooth once we start coding. So you can see the top level concepts, they require quite a lot of planning, quite a lot of work to actually implement, but that's what programming is all about, isn't it? Now pages, we already talked about. We are going to have two main pages. One home page, which will show all the categories with image and category name. Images with URL will be fetched from AWS, all right? And then trending section will show the top 3 trending links, the ones that got highest clicks, all right? So that's home page, and the single categories, obviously once they click, they will be landed on the single category view. It will show the category name, image, description, and all the links related to this category. As the user scroll down, we're going to have the infinite scrolling as well. And on the right sidebar, we will show a list of links, the popular ones. All right? That's pretty easy. Okay, pages. And then basically we're going to have user dashboard and admin dashboard. We already talked about. Admin dashboard will allow user to create a category, update, delete categories, links, submit link, update profile, all that stuff. Okay, and same with the user dashboard, but a bit less access to user. User will be able to submit link, update and delete, update the password, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so that's for user. So that then we will be pretty much done, right? Then finally we will deploy our beautiful application so that it is available for the entire world. So you can see from this idea of register, activation, login, forgot password, reset password, for these things to implement, we had to go through quite a lot, right? And we haven't even gone through the details of how to find yourself in AWS, which can be quite daunting if you are doing it for the first time. But like I said, in the beginning, getting this authentication system can feel a little bit difficult, but like I said, this application, the more you do, the easier it gets and the more fun it gets. All right, so I think we talked quite a lot about this application, what it's about, why we're doing it, the reason we're doing this, right? Inspired by some of the other startups, all that stuff. We talked quite a lot. I think we got good overview of what we want to build, right? So in the next lecture, let's try our finished project. Let's get a feel about it, and then we're going to actually start coding this beautiful application from ground zero. So I'll see you in the next lecture. We're going to go through the finished project and have some fun. We talked quite a lot so far, but at the end of the day, this is the project we're going to build. Super clean, super easy, beautiful, very engaging. All right, so let's give it a try. So this is the home page. You can see we have a bunch of categories. I have only 3, but you can add as many as you like, right? So we have React, Node, and Firebase, and you have top 3 trending links, the links that got highest clicks. All right, now if you click, obviously it will take us to the destination. All right, now let's go through the categories. For example, let's go to React. Okay, you can see here the title, bit of a description. You can have more description, longer description. You have the image, most popular links here, the one with the highest clicks, and the most recent ones. And we have the infinite scroll. As you scroll down, the new post loads. Okay, beautiful. Now let's try. Okay, so that all looks good. Now let's say somebody want to submit a link. They can click here and to submit the link, but they can't submit the link because they need to be logged in. All right, so before you log in, obviously you need to make sure you register if it is your first time. Right, so let me try registering. What topics are you interested in? And we have all the validation as well. For example, if I try like this, you can see pick at least one category. Okay, so I'm going to pick React. I can pick more than one. Let's pick React and Node, and we have all the validation. If you don't supply, you can see. Okay, so this is a password. If you don't submit password, it's required. If you submit short password, it must be 6 characters. Okay, so everything is there. All right, so let's register. Okay, so email has been sent to your email address. Please follow the instruction. Okay, so let me open my Gmail. All right, you can see notification, complete your registration. All right, beautiful. Okay, verify email address. Please use the following link to verify email. All right, how cool is that? Let's try this. All right, so you can see you will land on this page. You can see your name as well, because this link, this contains the information you provided when you're trying to sign up. When you try to sign up, you entered your name, email, password, and pick up your favorite category, right? So all that information has been hashed here. This is a JSON web token. Okay, so here out of this token we can extract and show the name as well. All right, so beautiful. Let's activate. Okay, registration success. Please log in. All right, so let's log in. Let's log in. Okay, for some reason password doesn't match, so I must have entered some wrong password. Let's try forgot password. No problem. hackr-clone@gmail.com. Okay, forgot password, unfortunately. All right, let's try reset password. Okay, we got that. Beautiful. Let's click. All right, so ready to reset? Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use a new password. Okay, great. Now you can log in with a new password. All right, that's good. Now let's try login. Okay, that's great. Now I can log in, and you can see I'm in my dashboard. I'm a subscriber, and I can submit a link, update my profile. Okay, so I can update my profile here, master J, for example. If I update, submit, updated. If you refresh the page, you can see it is updated. Okay, so I can do all that stuff. I can update password. If I give short password, we have the validation as well. All right, now let's go back. Let's go submit a link. Okay, now you can see we can submit. So maybe try hacker. All right, let's submit this link. hackr.io list of React tutorials. Okay, now if you try to post like this, you'll get all this validation. Okay, you need to pick at least one of these. Okay, so for example, you can pick one category, two category, doesn't matter. Let's pick two, React and Node. Okay, so if you try again, you need to pick a type. Okay, so whether it's a free or paid, it's a free, and let's give a medium open book. All right, link is submitted. Okay, as you can see, link has been submitted, and straight away it will appear in the home page. If you come here, in fact not on the home page, because home page will only show the trending, but you can see we have the categories, topics. So if you click on React, because that's where we submit this link, and you can see a few seconds ago by Master J. Okay, you can see the older ones, they were submitted like 7 hours ago, all that stuff, but you can see as soon as they submit, it will come here. So this is very exciting for people to submit as well. Okay, that's great, but the most popular one are here. If this link is clicked by many users, obviously it will also appear here. Okay, so that is great. That is the overflow, okay, of the user. They will log in, they submit the link. When they come to the dashboard, previously it was empty, but now you can see his link. This is one link they have, and if they want to delete it, they can delete. But this time, let's not delete, let's just try updating. And at the same time, you can see here it is a type free, it is a book, not a video, and these are the categories. Okay, and 0 clicks. If I click once, okay, visit that page. All right, you come back here, you can see the click, 0 click, it is not it didn't increase. And you might be asking why. Because we are in the dashboard, and in the dashboard we don't want to click our own link and increase the clicks. Okay, so that wouldn't be right thing to do. So that's why it will not increase if you are clicking it on your dashboard. But if anyone else is clicking on the actual page here, okay, if anyone is clicking here, that will straight away increase the count 1 click. Okay, so that's great. Let's go back to our dashboard and let's try updating. Let's say hackr.io, and let's make it small. All right, let's update. All right, beautiful. Let's go here, let's go to React, and you can see it has been updated. All right, so that's how it works. Pretty simple. Okay, so user will log in, submit. When they are logging in registration, there are some email activation steps. Otherwise, this is pretty much it. Now if they want to delete, they can delete. Now let's not delete. We have only one, so let's keep it. Let's log out and log in as admin. Okay, let's see how it works. All right, so admin has a bit more functionalities. User had only submit, link, and update, but admin has all these. So create category, admin can create category. Let's say let's create Firebase. Okay, so Firebase, let's write Firebase is by Google. And as you can see here, this is we have a rich text area as well. You can bold, you can H1, all that stuff. Okay, so let's keep it simple. Let's make it bold, and that's about it. But you can embed links, everything. All right, beautiful. Okay, so Firebase, let's upload an image. Let's go to desktop images, and just to give it a try, let me upload a very big image. You can see this is 3.4 MB. That's a very big file. Okay, but like I said, we have a client-side resize as well. Okay, so this image will be resized down to about 100 MB, and it will be uploaded to AWS. Okay, so let me try this, and let me hit create. Creating. It takes a while because we are uploading image to AWS, but okay, so unfortunately category already exists. Okay, that's great. Let's, what do we call it? Let's try Firestore. All right, okay, Firestore is created. Okay, how good is that? Now let's go have a look here. You can see a new category is here. All right, now if you click here, this category doesn't have anything, but this image, how big is this? Previously it was 3 point something MB. Now if you give it a try, open in a new tab. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so we got this image. It's pretty nice and big as well. It's still, but if you save this image just so that we can see how big it is. All right, you can see the image with dimension 720 by 540 and the size is 400 KB, from 3 MB to 400 KB. All right, so that is beautiful. So we resize the image on the fly in the client side as well, no matter how big the file is. That is great. So let's add some link to Firestore. Okay, so let's submit a link. Firebase is great. Okay, let me try actually Firebase. Why not? Let's go to firebase.google.com, copy, and let's come down here. Let's paste this URL. Let's pick category Firebase, free, and book. Let's call it. Okay, link is submitted. Let's go here. Firestore. Click, and did we? Okay, so where did we submit? Did we pick React? Firebase. Okay, unfortunately we pick Firebase. All right, we pick Firebase. We can fix that all the time. So we can go to manage links and manage categories. Okay, so if you go to manage categories, you can update. Okay, so you can update or delete. For example, Firebase and Firestore. Firestore v1. Let's just give it a try. All right. Okay, Firestore v1. Okay, that's great. Now let's go to that link, manage links section we have here. So here also you can update, delete your links as well as anyone's link. So you can see it's your link, but you can see master.js link as well. So if you want to delete, update, you can do that. Doesn't matter whose post it is. So that is the admin right. Okay, and you can see when you want to upload, it is pre-populated, everything, categories, tags, everything. Okay, that's beautiful. All right, let's try deleting one of these one. Okay, Spectrum chat. Okay, that's gone. You can see that's gone. All right, and let's say let's update. It's not even mine, it's by master.js. Let's update. Hacker. All right, let's go here. Let's go React. You can see it is updated. Okay, so everything is beautiful. And update profile, obviously you can update your profile. So app is pretty clean, very simple to use, and it does the job. Okay, so this is the core feature of the application. Create categories by admin, and users will log in and submit the links, and that's what we have here. And user can manage, update, delete. We upload the image to S3, send email, all that stuff. Now if this user, for example me, okay, let me log out. When I log in, I pick my category, favorite category as React and Node. Now what that does is, if anyone else log in and then submit a link in the React and Node, which is my favorite category, so if they do that, then I will also get notification saying that, hey, somebody submitted a new link in your favorite category. Okay, so that feature we have, and that's when we're going to use the mass email feature, and that is extremely exciting because this will take the user's engagement to a whole new level, as you can imagine. For example, let me go here. Okay, you can see we already got new link published. Okay, so new link published. Okay, this is 10 hours ago. The new one, you can see here, new link published, a new link titled hackr-io. A list of React tutorials has been published, and you can see we get the image, the title, the category title. We click. This is the application that we're going to build. Extremely exciting application that you can use in the real world and kickstart a new startup. Are you ready to start coding this application? If you are, which I'm sure you are, and you can't wait, you're too excited just like me, Find me in the next lecture where we're going to start building this entire application from ground zero. Okay, now it is time for us to start coding and build this application from scratch. So the first thing we want to do is set up a client-side web app. So the front end, and we're going to have a backend API with Node.js as well. So first we're going to start off with front end. So we're going to use NEXTJS as our framework for building React apps. So you can visit nextjs.org. All right, and we can simply follow the documentation to get started. So we need to have a Node.js installed in our computer, so make sure you have Node.js installed. And as you can see, I'm using Mac OS, so whether you're on Mac or Windows, you can install Node. If you don't have already, you can go to nodejs.org and install. And once you have installed, you can go to your terminal and check the Node version. You can see I'm using version 12. All right, so this way you can make sure that you have Node.js installed. Now the next thing you want to do is decide where do you want to create your project. I've decided to create this project inside this folder called Udemy. I have 2 existing projects. I'm going to create this project, the new project here. All right, so I can navigate to that folder, so cd Udemy, and I can list out the files, and you can see I have 2 existing folders. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it React Node AWS. Make directory React Node AWS. By the way, you can also just manually create from here, whichever way you prefer. All right, now let's get inside and change the directory to React Node AWS. All right, so the first thing we want to do is initialize with package.json file. All right, so that we can start installing npm packages. All right, so here let's run this command npm init, and you can give this a y flag. All right, so this will create this package.json file, which you can see here. Okay, so you can see package.json file has been created with all these default values. So we can open this in our text editor. I'm using Sublime Text, and you can see here I have the package.json file, and you can see the project name and version, description, scripts. We're going to write some more scripts here, and you can see it is a pretty basic package.json file. Now with this, we can go ahead and start installing these packages. So next, React and React DOM we need to install. Right, so let's grab that and run here inside this folder. npm install next React and React DOM. And while it's installing, let's have a look at here. So once we install that, we need to open up our package.json file and add the following scripts. All right, so we can run npm run dev. That will run our dev server, which is what we will do during the development. And when we are in production, we're going to run the production build using npm run build. All right, and we can also run npm run start in the production. Okay, so these commands let you run the npm commands such as npm run dev. All right, so we need to grab this and put inside our package.json script files. So let's grab this. Let's go to our project. All right, and let's change the scripts here. Let's get rid of that and let's put it here. All right, so we have dev, build, and start. Okay, and as you can see here, these packages we just installed, they are here under the dependencies here, next React and React DOM. Okay, so that's perfect. So once we have the package installed as well as with these scripts, we can start creating pages and serve to our users. It's pretty simple straight away. All right, so let's create a home page. So the minimum requirement of Next.js is that you need to have a pages folder. Okay, so folder with the name pages, that is a requirement. Okay, let's create that pages. All right, and inside we can create index.js. Okay, and we can think of it as a home page, the landing page. So let's write our very first function that will return some HTML code. Okay, so it is technically JSX, but you can think of it as HTML. So you can see here they have a function that is returning welcome to NEXTJS. All right, we can write something like that. Function, let's call it home, and let's return a div. Let's say hello next. All right, and we need to export default home. Okay, now you have created your very first page in NEXTJS. All right, now we can run our NEXTJS application. If you remember, go to package.json. You can see during the development we will run this command. Okay, so npm run dev. In the production we will use these commands. All right, so let's go to terminal and let's run npm run dev. All right, now we can visit localhost 3000, and you can see hello next. Okay, so you have just created your very first page. All right, now you can write regular functions like so, but I'm a big fan of writing arrow functions. They are short, concise, and they are pretty cool to use. Okay, so let's refactor it to use arrow function. Const home. All right, and because this is the one statement, one single statement, you don't even need return keyword. As long as you have just one statement, you don't need return keyword, you don't need curly brace. You can just write it like so. Okay, so arrow functions, they're pretty neat. Okay, so this way, once you save, of course that works too. Right, so congratulations, you have created a very first page in NEXTJS. In the next lecture we're going to set up a layout. All right, have a look at the finished project. So you can see here home page, submit link page, whether it's a login, register, all the pages, they have the same navigation nav bar here. Right, so this nav bar will be same for all the pages, so it makes sense to create a layout and include this navigation, this nav bar in the layout, so that when that layout is shared by many pages, we will always have the static navigation in all the pages. Okay, so that is the purpose of using layout, which we are going to do in the next lecture. Okay, now we're going to create a layout which is going to be something like this, the navigation bar, which will be shared by all the pages. All right, so let's go here, let's create a new folder called components. All right, so here inside let's create a new component, layout.js. Let's create a function called layout. It's going to be an arrow function, and this time we're going to use curly brace because this layout will contain more than one statement. Right, so use curly brace, and then we can also create another function here, const nav, let's call it. All right, and this can be just a one statement. It's going to be one statement, so you can just use parentheses. You don't need curly brace and return. All right, so we're going to write our navigation here. So once we do that, we want to execute this one, right? So we can return, okay, react.fragment. The reason I'm using react fragment is because we're going to have more than one functions executing here. So you could simply use div like so. All right, you can use div. However, I'm going to use react fragment because sometimes you don't want div in your navigation. They can mess up your styling because divs can have unnecessary paddings by default. All right, so we're just going to use react fragment. And you must have also noticed that I'm not importing React because in NEXTJS you don't need to import React. It is available globally. So we're going to return the fragment, and inside here we're going to execute the navigation. All right, so curly brace nav, we just execute the nav function. Here let's write our navigation. Let's begin with ul and give it a class name of nav. right? We will be using Bootstrap 4. Okay, so make sure you use the exact same class names here, otherwise there will be styling issues. All right, so create unordered list, give it a class name of nav, and then create a list item. Okay, give it a class name of nav item. All right, so here the first item you can give any name, let's say home. In fact, we need to have the anchor tag, right? So anchor tag, let's not worry about href, let's just write home. Okay, so we have one list, let's copy 2 more times. So home, login and register. Okay, so you can see here we have this nav function that returns the unordered list of home, login and register, and we are executing that here. All right, so this is our layout. Let's also give a class name to the anchor tag. Okay, so we need to give class name to anchor tag as well. By the way, if you want to write multi-line like this, just click and then hit command or control and just click a few times wherever you want to write. Okay, so class name, let's give it a class name of nav link. All right, so as you can see here, we have unordered list. Inside there we have list item with the class name of nav item, and then inside list we have anchor tag with the class name of nav link. All right, so this is a layout. Now we want to use this layout in our pages, right? So far we have only one page. Let's try using the layout on this home page. All right, so let's import that. Import layout from, so we need to go one step up. Okay, one step up and then bring it from components. So one step up, components, layout. All right, so any components, I'm going to write it like so. The first letter is going to be the capital letter. All right, just to make sure that this is component, it's easy to understand. All right, so now we have imported layout. We can return our home. Okay, so we can use that here. Instead of div, let's use layout instead. It's layout. All right, let's give it a try. And as you can see here, we have a problem. Attempted to import that does not contain the export default. Okay, so that looks like we forgot to write export default, which is important. Let's write export default layout. All right, okay, now you can see here we have the navigation. All right, but we don't see any content here. We have the hello next, but that is not here. So what happened is we are just showing the layout. We're not this content that we are passing to this layout as this property is not handled here. So what we need to do is we need to grab this content as props. Okay, so we can grab this content that we are passing here, this hello next. Okay, this content can be accessed in this component as children props. Okay, so we can write props. Okay, so get the props as a parameter as the children props, and then we can execute that here. All right, so when we are returning, we're not only returning the nav, we return the nav and then we return the children props, props dot children. Okay, so if you have some experience with React, you understand that in React you can have access to children props, and that's how we are able to access the props.children. All right, now if you come here, you can see we have the content because this content has been available as children props. Okay, so that's beautiful. Now we can even simplify this code. So instead of grabbing props and then props.children, we can destruct this props from the object. Okay, so we can use destructuring. So let's get rid of that. Previously we had just a parenthesis, and we can just directly destructure the props children like so using the curly brace. All right, so once you do that, you don't need to write props anymore. You can just use children. Okay, so as you can see here, we are accessing the children props using object destructuring straight, okay, and then we are returning here. We are returning nav and then any content that is passed into layout. All right, so you can see here, this is what we're passing, and that is available here. All right, beautiful. Children props, right? Now this navigation doesn't look anything like this one, right? So we want to make it something like this, something nice, right? So we can import Bootstrap styling. We can use Bootstrap CDN to make it look better like this one. We want to use Bootstrap 4 for styling so that we can have better navigation styling as well as the entire application, something like this. All right, so we can use Bootstrap 4. So let's go to Bootstrap 4. Let's search for that. Let's go to the official docs and let's grab the CSS. Right, that's all we need. Okay, now let's go back to our project, and where do we put the CDN, right? So we need to put it somewhere in the head section. Okay, so for that, what we can do is, first of all, we can go to layout, because this layout will be shared by the entire application, so we can use that here. However, we don't have the head section here, but that's not a problem. With Next.js, you can easily import next head, and you can write everything that you would usually write in the head section. For example, CDN links and anything other you want to import. All right, so import head from next head. Okay, and once we have that, we can execute that head section. Okay, just like we created this nav function and executed here in the return, right? So we can do something like that for head as well, just to keep our code extremely easy to read. So 6 months later, you come back and have a look in your project, you can easily understand how it's all working, because you have all these functions and they have been executed here. So it is very easy to understand and maintain, and overall a best way to build apps, in my opinion. All right, so const head, let's create. All right, let's use parentheses. We just need one statement. Okay, at the moment, link and href, we actually grab the entire link, I guess, so we can just paste that here. Okay, so this is the one we got from the Bootstrap 4 docs, and make sure to use the closing tag here. Okay, that is a requirement in React. Okay, so this is our head section. At the moment, we have just one CDN link. That is simple as that. All right, so now we want to execute this head section so that the link, the CDN works, right? So the head section, what we can do is, here we are returning nav, the children content, as well as head. Okay, so let's do it. The first thing, head. All right, so as you can see, this layout component is used by the entire application. All the pages we will create will use this layout, and this layout has the head section, which has the Bootstrap CDN as well as navigation and the children content. Right, beautiful. Now if you go here, have a look at our project, straight away you can see Bootstrap navigation, the styling has been applied. All right, beautiful. However, looks like we are missing some styling, so let's go back, have a look at the class names here. So ul class name nav. Okay, we need to also give nav tabs, and let's also give background primary, or maybe something background warning, to make it kind of yellowish color. All right, let's save and let's have a look. All right, so maybe we want to give the text a black color as well. All right, so let's go to a tag. Okay, I'm going to select multiple a tags using the command and click command or control. All right, let's give a class name of text dark. All right, okay, so that looks better. So we have the navigation, beautiful. Okay, we can't test them at the moment, we don't have any pages, but as you can see, we have got the styling right. Now the next thing you want to do is maybe use a div for the children content. All right, so let's create a div and give it a class name of container, and I'm also going to apply some padding on top. So padding top -5, okay, padding bottom -5. All right, and here we're going to show the children content, children props. All right, so you see a bit of a padding on top, that looks better, and because we're using the container class, we have a bit of a padding on the right and left side. All right, that looks pretty good. Now the next thing we want to do is make this navigation work. So we need to create a few pages. We can start with creating a login and register page and make this navigation working. Let's create 2 more pages for a login and register so that we can make our navigation working. And we're also going to have a look at NEXTJS a link component. Using the link component, we can implement a navigation, and there will be no page reload because link will, just like React Router DOM if you have used with React. So whenever a user clicks on certain links, that will show a different component here without page reload. Right, so let's give it a try. First, let's create these 2 pages, login and register. All right, so here inside pages, create a new file, login.js. All right, and then another one, new file, register.js. all right, so let's copy the code from home for now. We will make change later. All right, so this one's going to be login. Okay, let's write login page. All right, let's copy and let's paste in register. Let's change this to register. All right, now we have login and register page. And in Next.js, the way it works is anything you create inside the pages folder, they will be served as the actual route, the URL here. For example, now if you want to go to login, all you have to do is go to login. You can see the login page. Okay, so inside pages, whatever name you give, that name works here in the URL. That's pretty cool. Register, you can see, you see register. Now anything else, anything you have, you don't have the page, you see 404 by default. All right, so that's pretty cool. And that's one of the thing, a good thing about Next.js. You just create pages inside the pages folder, and they will be available as a routing system, which is pretty cool. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is use them, update the navigation in our layout. Okay, so we have home, we have login. So usually this is how we would write a navigation, right? So login, href, register. Okay, this is going to be /home page. Now if you give this a try, it works. Okay, you go to the login page, you go to the register page. However, you see the page reloads. Okay, you see the page reloads, and we don't want that behavior. We want a smooth behavior like the one you get in the single page applications. All right, and for that we can use a Next.js link component. So we can bring that here, import link from next link. Then we can use this link component. All right, so here we have the anchor tag, but we're going to use link. Okay, now one important thing, and if you are using Next.js for the first time, it might sound a bit weird as well, but the href, okay, we're going to use href in the link component instead. All right, however, we still use the anchor tag. Okay, let's copy and let's paste here. So the interesting part here is in the anchor tag we don't use href. Instead you use href in the link. Okay, so that is one of the things that's a bit different in Next.js. All right, so that's done. We can get rid of this for now. Okay, so we used link. Now we can do the same here, link, and we use the href login. We use that in the link, but we still keep the anchor tag. Okay, cut it out and put here, and we take the href out of anchor tag. All right, and let's do the same for register. In fact, let's just copy this one, get rid of that, paste here. This one's going to be register. All right, so now we have used link component for all our navigation links here. Let's give it a try. Okay, now you can go to login. There is no page reload, it is instant. It's pretty impressive. You can see here, beautiful. In the next lecture, we're going to have the progress bar whenever you change the pages. Okay, so just like if you go to this finished project, you can see when the page is loading, you can see a bit of a blue line on top. You can see that. You see that progress bar. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That is something you see in a lot of apps. Even in YouTube, you might have noticed something like that. So we're going to implement that, which is optional, but I'm sure you will be interested to do that. Okay, so we're going to use the nav progress bar in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to implement progress bar in the navigation, something like this. You can see here. All right, for that we're going to use a npm package, n progress npm. Let's search for that. Okay, all right, so we're going to use this package, so let's copy that and let's install here. Stop the server, Control C, and paste that in. All right, so while that's happening, let's quickly have a look at the NEXTJS docs. Okay, all right, let's go to docs and let's search Command F or Control F you can use, and let's search for router. Okay, route. All right, so router. Okay, so they have next router here. You click here. All right, and let's come all the way down with router. Okay, so you come down here and you see the router events, right? So you can listen to different events happening inside the router. Here is a list of supported events. So there is this method, route change start. So when route starts changing from, let's say, home to login, right? So this one will fire, this route will fire. You just need to pass the URL here. All right, same with the complete URL, same with the URL. So we're going to use these methods to implement the progress bar. All right, I guess let's come back to our project. Okay, so installation has been done. Let's restart the server, npm run dev. Okay, let's go to our project and let's import that package here. Import, let's call it np n progress from n progress. Right, so once we have that, we can utilize those route events method, as you can see here in the docs. Route change start. Okay, let's use that. So here n progress, and actually we also need to import the next router to use that. Use this. Okay, so import router from next router, and here router dot that route event. You can see here, you can even have a look at the example here, but again I don't have it here. Okay, so router dot events. So this is one event, change start, this is change complete and change error. Okay, so we're going to use these ones. As you can see here, router dot on route change start, we need to pass the URL as a parameter, and then let n progress do its work. Okay, so end progress dot start. Okay, so when route change start happens, end progress also will execute its start function. All right, let's copy, paste twice. So the next one we're going to use is route change complete. All right, so let's go to our project. So route change complete, and then the next one is going to be route change error. All right, so on start, end progress start. On complete, we want to use end progress dot done. We want to execute this function, so we're done. But if there is error, also that time also we want to complete the progress, so it's done. All right, so it's pretty simple. That's how we can implement a progress bar here. But the final step would be to use the end progress CSS. Okay, so we need to use end progress CSS as well. So let's go to the docs here, npm. You can see they have not provided the CSS link here. We can search for CDN and progress CDN. All right, end progress .min.c. we can take the minified version. All right, however, we're going to take a different approach, but I will show you this one anyway. All right, so for this to work, for us to be able to see the progress bar on top, we need to use this styling. Otherwise, you can see at the moment there's no change here. All right, so where do we put that link? We need to put that here in the head section, right? However, you can see we are using parentheses, and parentheses does not allow you to have more than one statement. Okay, so first let me paste here the link, and because now we have the two statement, we can copy and instead use the React fragment. Okay, we could use div, but let's stick with fragment. React fragment, and let's just paste here. All right, now even though we have two links, it is treated as one statement because it's all inside the fragment. Okay, so that's cool. We have the head section and it has the end progress CSS as well. All right, now let's come here and give it a try. If you click login, we don't see anything here. All right, so it turns out that we have to use on route change start. Okay, so on and then capital R. Okay, and I'll show you just a second the reason I'm doing this. Okay, so the reason I'm using on is because this is event handler. So just like we have on change, on submit, we have to use on route change start. All right, so come back here and give it a try first. You can see now we see the progress bar on top. Right, beautiful. Okay, so if you visit the docs one more time, they have the example here. Okay, you can click there, and let me go to pages, let me go to app, and here you can see they have used the end progress. They have used router.events.on. Okay, so you can either do it this way or just do it this way, and I guess this is much more easier. Right, so this way we have been able to implement end progress as well. However, what if we could just not import the CSS like so, because we have installed this package and this package has the CSS that is also installed in the node modules. For example, if you go to the end progress, let's have a look here. End progress, you come here and you have the end progress CSS here. All right, so what if we could just load the CSS so that we don't need to import from the CDN? That would be good, right? But there is a requirement. If you want to use CSS file in Next.js, you can't just import like so. Okay, it doesn't work like that. You need to use a loader, CSS loader, to be able to use CSS, which I will show you in the next lecture, so that we can get rid of the CDN link and we can just import from the package, so that we can get rid of this one. All right, I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, so we have the end progress working. However, we are using the CSS from the CDN, and we don't want to do that. Instead, we want to load the CSS from node modules folder, so that we can load the end progress CSS. All right, so first of all, we want to get rid of this one, so let's get rid of that. Okay, come back here, and we don't have this styling anymore. All right, not a problem. We want to import the CSS from node modules. All right, so let's do that. Import, and then let's grab from, let's go one step up. All right, so one step up. In fact, we might not need to do that. In progress / n progress .css. The reason I'm not doing / go up to the node modules folder, because if you don't give any path name, it will by default go to the node modules folder. All right, so let's try loading it like so, and you can see here the module may need an appropriate loader to handle this file type. Okay, so that means we cannot load CSS files like so in Next.js. Instead, we can use a package that will allow us to do that. All right, so Command F, let's search for CSS. All right, so built-in CSS support. Okay, so we can write inline CSS like so as well, but this gets quite messy and I don't really like that. So let's use one of these plugins. All right, so they have a bunch of plugins to load CSS files, for example NEXTJS, list, stylus. However, we're going to use the regular CSS. Okay, so we can install from npm this package. All right, so Gite-css next -css. So here, let's stop the server, npm install, and then paste that. Okay, at Gite/next css. All right, so once we have that installed, we need to create a file called next.config.js. okay, so here inside the root, again new file, let's call it next.config.js. all right, so here first thing we want to do is we want to import that package we just installed. Okay, import with css equals to require. Don't use import statement here, that will not work, so we just need to use the regular require that supports in node, that is supported by Node.js by default. All right, so require add Gite/next-css. all right, so once we have that, we can use module.exports equals to with css and just use the empty object here. Later we're going to have some more configuration here, but at the moment you can just leave it like so. All right, so with this we should be able to load css files. All right, now let's go back to our project, and we still, okay, we don't have anything, we need to restart. Okay, so make sure to restart npm run dev. all right, refresh. all right, and now you can see we have the progress bar. So that means we were able to load css file because we used the Gite next css. Okay, so to load css files. Beautiful. Okay, so that's great. What about creating our own custom css files? Right, let's give it a try. So For static files such as our own style sheet or the images, static images, right? So such assets, static assets, you can put inside a public folder in Next.js. Okay, and there is a very good benefit of using public folder and creating a static file inside that. I'll show you. First, let's create a folder called public. All right, so inside public, create a folder called static. Make sure you use the same name, static. Okay, because there is a benefit of using a static folder in Next.js. So when you have a static folder, anything you put inside, for example CSS file or images, anything you put inside from anywhere in your application, inside pages you might have many folders, subfolders, doesn't matter, as long as you try to access that file using dash static / my image.png or something like that. From anywhere you can write like so, and that will load that file. Okay, so that is the benefit. You don't have to go one step up, two step up inside CSS or images, anything like that. You don't need to do that. You can directly point to the static folder from anywhere within your application. Okay, so that is the benefit. Okay, so here let's create a new file, and that's where we want to write a CSS. Okay, maybe we can even create a new folder called CSS, and here let's create a new file, styles.css. all right, so here let's try writing some CSS. For example, let's try making this progress bar a little bit bigger. Okay, just to give it a try. All right, so in progress dot bar, so targeting the div with the class ID of progress and the class name bar. All right, so here let's write height. Let's give a bit of a bigger height. For example, let's say 4 pixel important. We need to override, so just use important. Background, let's say red, important. All right, and I'm also going to have one more styling for navigation. Nav a anchor text on hover. Okay, at the moment you can see on hover we have this white border. Okay, bit rounded border. You can see rounded. I would like to get rid of the border radius, so it is not round, it is square. Okay, so nav a hover, border radius 0 pixel. Okay, so we write some styling here, so we can easily refer to this file inside the static folder from anywhere within our app. For example, we want to load the CSS in our layout, right here. We can do that. Create a link tag, relation style sheet and href. Now we don't need to go one step up and then go inside public, so we don't need to write something like this, public / static, anything like that. We can directly refer to the static folder. That is the benefit. Okay, so static css styles.css. okay, so this way we can load our CSS file which is inside static folder. Beautiful. All right, now if you try, you can see we can already see the styling applied. It is 4 pixel, it is thicker, and it is the color red. All right, and when you hover over, you can see the border is not rounded, it's sharp rectangular. Okay, how good is that? All right, so you learn how to load your own custom CSS in Next.js using the NextJS npm package. So far we have been able to build a navigation bar. Okay, now the first thing we need to do is work on the register page. As you can see, this is the finished project. So to create all these categories, admin should log in, right? So to submit any links, user need to log in. Now for any user to log in, first they need to register. So everything starts from the register page. So once user is able to register, only then they will be logging. Whether it is a regular user or admin user, they will be able to log in and they will be able to create categories, links, and so on, right? So this is sort of an entry point. Everything begins from here. That means we need to work on the register page, right? So we need to have a form where a user will be able to enter the name, email, password, and we will come back to it later because we don't have any categories yet. Okay, so we will come back to this part later, but at the meantime we want to be able to allow users to type in the name, email, and password, and then when they hit register, we will send this name, email, and password to our backend, so that backend will be able to continue with the registration process. We could directly create the user in the database, but we're going to first send the confirmation email, and then only when they click on the confirmation email, we will be saving this user in the database, right? So let's begin. The first thing we want to do is create this register form, right? So let's go to our project and let's go to register page, and first let's create a form, and then we can return that form here inside the layout. All right, so let me copy this. So we're going to use arrow function because we're going to have multiple functions and return, right? So first function I would like to create is a register form. And I can just use arrow function. This is going to be one single statement that is going to be form, right? So we don't need action. It's form. Let me just write form, okay, just so that we can see. And then we're going to use return, and you can paste the code from before. We have a layout, and inside layout we want to execute this register form, right? Yep. But before we do that, maybe we can create a div, give a bit of a class name, let's say column medium 6, and then offset medium 3. Okay, so I'm sure you know some basic bootstrap. So bootstrap is based on 12 column grid. So we will have the column 6, so in the middle we will have the form, and either side, right and left, we will have 3. So altogether it will be 12 column grid. All right, so here let's create h1, let's call it register. Let's have a break, and let's execute within the curly brace, execute the register form. All right, let's give it a try. You can see we have the form. Now obviously we need to work on this to show the actual form, right? So let's come back to here and let's continue working here. All right, so we're going to be using bootstrap classes for this form. So let's begin by creating a div with the class name of form group. Okay, so inside the form group we will create input with the type of text. Class name is going to be form control. Placeholder, we can give a placeholder, something like type your name. All right, and we can just copy paste this code, paste once, twice, and one more time. Okay, so that's for name. Next one we want email, so type is email. We can write type your email. Next we can have password, input type password, placeholder, type your password. All right, and then finally here we're going to create a button with the class name of button outline warning, and then we can call it register. All right, so this is our form. Let's quickly have a look at it. Okay, that looks pretty good. So name, email, password, and they can hit register to finish off the registration process. Next thing we need to do is we need to be able to grab the user input. For example, name, email, and password user types in, right? So this information we need to collect and put somewhere. So we can create a state here, and we can store all this user input information in the state. And then once user have everything entered, once user hit register, that time we're going to send that user information to our backend server to process further, right? So the first thing we need is a state so that we can store all the user input fields, right? So let's create a state. And in React, to create a state, we can use the use state hook. Okay, so we're going to use that. So let's import use state hook from. Hooks are basically functions. So if you're new to hooks, you will be very comfortable by the end of this course. Right? So import use state from React. Okay, now we can create a state. So const. Let's call this state, give it a name. So for example, we can call it state. Okay, you can call it anything, you can call it values, state, anything, but I think state is pretty easy to get going. So let's use state. Okay, so this is the state where we're going to have all the name, email, and password, but we need a function to manipulate the state. Right, so as the change happens here, input, we're going to be updating the state. Okay, so we need a function to update this state, and for that we can use a set of functions. Set state equals to use state. Okay, and the state can have default value. We're going to have an object here. Okay, so the state will have the name. By default it will have empty. It will not have any values, but as the user types in, we will populate here. Okay, but at the moment it's empty. In the beginning it's going to be empty. Name, email, password is going to be empty. You can see here we are using array destructuring, just like we had in the layout. This is object destructuring. Okay, so in a similar way, this is array destructuring. So basically this is the state with the default value. Okay, so these values we can grab using the state. So state.name, state.email will give us the actual value here, and then this is the function we use to update the state. All right, so once we have the state, actually name, email, password, we can have few more fields in the state, such as error. We will be handling errors obviously, because here you can imagine if the same user, if two users try to register with the same email, we need to give them the error message saying that sorry, the email is taken, or we already have existing user with that email, something like that, right? So we need the error, quite important, and we can have button text as well. We could just have the register fixed name, but as you can see in the finished project, register. Okay, so if you try, so what happens is when you submit, it will say register from registering. It will change, so that is a bit more dynamic and user friendly. So that's what we're trying to do here. Okay, so we will dynamically change the button text as well. So here, register, we're going to have the button text. By default it's going to say register. Let's also keep the success. Okay, so once users register successfully, maybe we can show some success message as well. So this is our default state. All right, now how do we update this state? So what we actually need to do is when user types something in the input field, we should be able to update the state.name, right? So when user types something in the email, we should be able to update state email. Okay, so that means we need on-change event handler. All right, so on-change, we can use the on-change event handler in React. On-change, so on-change, what you want to do, you want to run some function that will take the input value and populate the state. Okay, so we're going to create that function. We're going to call that function handle change. All right, and this function, we want to make it dynamic, because otherwise, if we don't make it dynamic, we need to create one handle change for name, another handle change function, maybe handle change 1, okay, and then next one we need handle change 2, and for password handle change 3. We need many handle change functions for each different input fields. We don't want that, right? We want to reuse the same function. Okay, so what we're going to do is, instead we're going to pass the name as a parameter. So when this handle change is used in the input for the name, okay, so that time we will pass name as a parameter. So this function, when we run this function will know the input is coming from which input field. If name is coming, that means this function will know that, okay, the name value is coming from this input. Okay, same here, we're going to pass the parameter of email. Okay, so this function will know that this time any input is coming is for updating the email field. Okay, so we're going to pass the parameter like so. And same for password. Let's come here, paste here, let's pass password. So we are passing the parameter like so, because we want to reuse this function for all these 3 input fields. All right, okay, so once we have all that, we also need another function to finally submit the form. As you can see, this is an on-change event handler. So this will be only useful for grabbing the user input and populating the state. But after doing all that, we also need to submit this form to our backend. Okay, for that we need on submit. So okay, so on submit, this is another event handler. On submit, we want to run another function, just like we run handle change. This time we're going to run another function. We can call it handle submit. Okay, so that means we need 2 functions now. One is handle change, one is handle submit. Let's create them here. Const handle change. Okay, so handle change, this function has to be a bit dynamic, as you can see here. So this is the event handler, on-change event handler. So you will be getting the event, okay, and you will also be getting the parameter name. Okay, so first we're going to grab the name parameter. Okay, so this is a arrow function, gets the name parameter, and this function usually returns, right? This is how you write a function, but this time we're going to be using a function that will return another function, because we need to handle not only the event but the name parameter as well. So that means we need, first of all, this is an arrow function which is going to return another function. Okay, so this is another arrow function parenthesis. So here we're going to grab the event. Okay, shortcut, I just write event E, otherwise you can write event as well, but just let's keep it simple, E. Okay, so as you can see here, this is one function returning another arrow function. Okay, that's quite important. Okay, so here we're going to do something here. Okay, we'll come back to it. Let's also write handle submit, const handle submit. Okay, so this is also going to be getting the event, and then we're going to do something here. Okay, so let's work on the handle change. So handle change, what we're going to do is we're going to update the state straight away. So set state, we use this function to update the state. Okay, And while updating the state, all these different properties we have, we don't need to update all of them at once. Sometimes you might be updating only password, sometimes you will be updating only name, right? So we need to keep the rest of the state value as they are, okay? And we're just going to modify the one we need to. Okay, so when we use the set state, first of all, we're going to use spread operator. Okay, so this is the spread operator, and just like its name, it will spread out all the properties. So name, email, password, everything will be spread out. Okay, and you can see this object, this is representing this object state. Okay, so we are setting the state, and first of all we spread out using like so state. Okay, so this state represents the entire state. Okay, so we spread out everything, and then we just update some of the fields. For example, it could be name, it could be email, it could be anything, because you can see handle change will be receiving sometimes name, sometimes email, sometimes password whenever user types something in, right? So we will be grabbing the name dynamically using, we can use this array syntax. So grab the name, and whatever name you're getting, that could be either name, email, password, whatever that is, we want to set the value, and the value you will be getting from the event target value. All right, so because this is on change event handler, we get the event, and then that whenever user types something in the input field, that value we can grab using event target value. All right, so this way we can set the state. Set the state, there might be existing errors or success. For example, if user is typing something in, if they don't supply the valid email or name, maybe we will show some kind of error message, right? But if they show the error message, user will realize, okay, I did some error, and he will fix, maybe he will type in the actual valid email address. So in that case, when a user does that, we want to hide that error message, right? We don't want to keep showing that, because that can be annoying. All right, so whenever handle change happens, whenever user types something in, if there was any success message or any old error message, anything like that, we want to hide that, we want to empty that. Okay, so for that error we can set it to empty on change. Success also we want to set it to empty. All right, and then the button text, I want to keep it register. The reason I'm doing this is during handle submit, it will be something like registering. Okay, and then so that if user decides to type something in one more time, then we don't want to keep showing registering, we have to show it back again register, right? Okay, so we have the register, and that means button text we can use instead of the register here. Okay, we can show the button text. However, we cannot use it like so. You can see here, if we want to use the state values, we have to say state dot button text. Okay, so we have to keep doing that, and that can be annoying, right? So we can simplify this process, we can continue using like so, but we just have to destructure the values from the state. So let's do that. Just to make things easier, we're going to destructure name, email, password, error, success, and button text. So this way we can simply use success, error, password, anything we like here. We don't need to keep doing like state.name, state.email, and so on. Just make things better. All right, so we have the handle change, and now anytime user types something in, that value will be available in the state. Now before we give this a try, let's also make sure that we control these input fields. All right, so control, when I say control, what I mean is value. We can set the value that is available in the state. So for example, this is input field for name, right? So value will be name. This is like saying state.name, but because we destructure, we can just say name. All right, so what is happening here is on change. So when you type something in this input field, the name will be updated in the state. So whenever user types something, for example, if he types Ryan, that will be available in the state. So this value will be used as the actual value of this input field, so that we can control the input. Okay, so this is called controlled component. All right, so we're going to have the value something like that here as well. This time it's going to be email, this time it's going to be password. All right, okay, so that looks good. Now we want to see how it's all going to work, right? So we can have a look at it. Let's just create a horizontal line temporarily. We're going to get rid of this later, but at the moment let's use JSON stringify method, JSON stringify, and let's see the state. Okay, so you can see the state currently at the moment it all have empty values, name, email, everything. But as soon as you type in, for example, if you type Ryan, you can see the state updates. Same with email, ryan@gmail.com. okay, password, you type something in. So this information is important because this is the information we can send to our backend, so that we can create this user, save in the database, or send confirmation email, whatever you want to do. This is the information you want, right? So this is great. Now that we have this information in the state, we can continue further and try to submit this data to our backend, so that we can create a new user. All right, but because we have just started this application, this is going to be take a while. It's not going to happen straight away because we haven't even set up our own backend server. So we have to do that. We have to sign up to AWS so that we can send a confirmation email and all that stuff, right? So there's a lot to do, but I just want to make sure that you are understanding the workflow, right? So it's been pretty simple so far, and I think it's been pretty easy to understand as well. We have the register page where users can input the values. We grab that value and put in the state, so that we can send this to backend to process further. All right, and we have used some event handlers, handle change. We have handle submit. Let's quickly have a look in the console. So on handle submit, once we have all the data in the state, this method will actually get fired when we hit the button. When we hit the button or hit enter, okay, so we need to execute this function. This function will be executed because, as you can see, this is a on submit event handler, right? So whenever user clicks on the button or hit in the form, this function will run. All right, so here, first of all, you want to make sure that you don't want to reload the page. Okay, so event dot prevent default, you can use this method so the page doesn't reload. And this data we're going to send to our backend, so name, email, and password. Right, so let's have a look in the console, and we will come back to it later once we have the server setup, which is what we're going to do in the next lecture. Okay, so we can use console table, use object and console, have a look at it in the console. Okay, so this is the information we will be sending to our server in the next lecture. All right, so let me open inspect. Okay, open console. All right, so let's type something in. Let's type ryan@gmail.com, type some password, hit register, and you can see a console table. You can see the value, name, email, and password. So this information we will be sending to our backend so that we can register the user. All right, now we can come back to it later. In the next lecture, we're going to work on the server. We're going to set up the server, right? And you might want to get rid of this warning, cross origin. It should be cross origin with a capital O. Okay, because even though it looks like HTML, it is technically JSX when we're working with React. So if you go to layout, quickly fix that up, cross origin, let's use that. Just change the O to capital. All right, refresh. Okay, beautiful. All right, I'll see you in the next lecture. We're going to set up our backend server. In this lecture, we're going to quickly have a look at what we're going to be doing in the next few lectures. Right? So we're going to set up our server, and there's a lot of work to be done. Right? So we're going to install some npm packages, set up a simple MVC pattern, so model view controller. So the view will be obviously handled by the React side. Okay, and we will be creating models, controllers. Okay, we'll be having routes, separate routes file. It's going to be a well organized backend setup, right? And implement JSON Web Token based authentication system. That's what we're going to do. And before we save user in the database, we also need to make sure that user does not already exist. Okay, and even before that, check if user's email is valid by sending verification token as a clickable link to user email. All right, so for sending email, we will be using aws-ses service, so that we need to sign up to AWS as well. All right, so that is one thing we need to do. And once users click on the email, we take them to our React application. So we need to set up a page in the front end as well. Okay, and on that page, we will be grabbing the token from the route, something like that. So it will be something random, some token link. Okay, so this token will include all this user information, name, email, and password. So we will grab that from there. This will be hashed by JWT, JSON Web Token. So we will grab that and send it back to the server to finally save the user in the database. Okay, so we will come back to that. Don't get overwhelmed. Okay, we will be doing it in a step-by-step manner, so everything will make perfect sense. So once they click, we will take them to our React application, grab that token from the route. Then that token consists to username, email, and password. Right. So once again, we will send that information to the server. This time we can save the user in the database because they have already clicked on the email and verified that they are using a real email to sign up. Okay, that's great. And then that's how we complete the user registration. Now it feels like a lot, obviously, but we will be doing it in a step-by-step manner, so everything will make perfect sense. Okay. So the first thing I want to do here is, you can see here, this is a folder we have, React Node AWS, and here I would like to have our React application in the client folder and our backend in server folder. At the moment, everything is here scattered. Okay, so what I would like to do is, I would like to put all this front-end code in a folder called client. Okay, so let's do that. Let's come here, let's go to the folder where you have created your application. Okay, so mine is here. So I'm going to take everything and move them to a new folder, and I'm going to call that client. Okay, now you can see this is the root folder. Inside here we have the client folder, which contains all the code for our front end, and we're also going to create another folder for server. Okay, we're going to set up our server here. All right, now we need to stop this and just have a look at it. Okay, we need to go inside client and then run npm run dev from there. All right, so everything should work without a problem. All right, beautiful. Okay, so we had a quick overview of what we're going to do in terms of setting up our server, registering the user, right? And then we also organize our code, so everything is in the client folder, all the code we wrote so far, and we have empty server folder where we can go ahead and build our server. Right, let's do that in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to set up our server. So we're going to install a few packages, implement the MVC pattern, all that stuff, right? So here inside server folder, currently we don't have anything. Let's initialize with npm. All right, so I will leave this terminal window open for the client folder, and I'm going to create open another one. All right, let's go back, and we can see we have server. Let's get inside server, and let's initialize with package.json. So npm init-y. All right, so we've got the package.json file. Now we can install some npm packages. The very first one we need is Express. We're going to build our server with Express. All right, so npm install Express, and we're also going to use nodemon. Nodemon will help us continuously run the server. Otherwise, you have to restart the server every time you make change. All right, so to avoid that, we're going to use nodemon. All right, so it's done. You can see in your package.json file we have these two packages, Express and nodemon installed. Great. Now let's create our endpoint, the file which will be executed by node. All right, so let's call it server.js. All right, so here we're going to build our Express server, and for that we're going to import Express, which we just installed. All right, const Express equals to require Express, and now we're going to invoke this Express. All right, so we're going to create a variable const app. Let me just have a break here. So const app Express, and we invoke this Express. All right, and then with Express, which is basically now available in this variable app. Let me fix the typo here. Okay, so app, because this app is basically the Express app, now we get to use a lot of properties and methods that comes with Express. So one of those is get. Okay, so with get you can receive the request that is coming from the client side. Right, so for example, let's say our React application will make request to this endpoint, let's say API/register. Okay, so basically that is what we're trying to do, right? So we have the front end, we have the form where we can collect user information for registering a new user. Now we need to send that information to our backend, so that backend, our server, can save that user in the database, right? For that, we're going to make requests to this endpoint so that we can receive that information in our server. Okay, so this is our endpoint, and this endpoint will be handled by a function. Okay, so you can see it's comma separated. So I'm going to write arrow function here. Okay, so as you can see, this get method takes two arguments, right? So the first argument here is the endpoint, and the second argument here is the function. Okay, so here this function will resolve. So what you want to do, you want to save the user in the database, make some additional actions, whatever you need to do, and then at the end you want to send some response to the client saying that okay, your registration has been successful, or something like that, some kind of data. Okay, so that is the high level overview of the web application, right? So you have a server, you get some data, some requests coming in, and then you give some data or response that is going out. So in between you do a lot of computation, a lot of tasks. For example, saving the user, finding the user from the database, making some additional actions, whatever that is needed to be done based on the application you're building. All right, so basically the cycle, think of the cycle: incoming, outgoing. Right, so request comes in and the response goes out. In between you can do a lot of stuff. At the moment we just want to give some response so that we can see that it is working. All right, so you get access to request and response. Okay, so think of this Express as a request response handler. So this second argument, which is a function that has access to the request and response object, and this request and response object has a lot of properties and methods you can use. Okay, the one we're going to use is JSON. Okay, so response.json. So as you can see here, this request and response, they are object, and the object has a lot of properties. One of the properties is JSON, which is the one we're going to use now to send the JSON response to our client. All right, so let's send the JSON response by the name of data, and the value we're going to write something like you hit register endpoint. All right, now this is our server. Anytime there is a request coming in to /API/register, we are going to respond with this JSON response. All right, that's beautiful. Now we need a port as well. We need to define the port where our Node.js application will run. Okay, so const port equals to, you can give 8000, you can give 8080, you can give 5000, whatever you like. Okay, I'm going to stick to 8080. All right, but in the development mode, this can be different. So what we can also do is we can you say process.env.port. Okay, so we can define the port variable in our env file, which we don't have yet. Okay, but later we will have. So you can leave it like so. So if the port is available, then that will be used. Otherwise, using this OR operator, if that is not available, by default we will use 8000. Okay, so by the way, if you're new to process, you don't really understand this type of code, then maybe you should check out my other basic, not basic, it's quite from basic to advanced, right? So React Node social network course I have in Udemy, you might want to check that out. So basically, process is like the high level object where the node process will run. Okay, so you get access to the env file. All right, now that we have port, we can listen. Okay, we can listen to this port. So just like the app, which is a express app, has this get method, we can also access the listen method. All right, so listen method, all you have to do is you need to pass the port, and that's pretty much it. We're done. We are telling that our application, we're telling our application that okay, start listening on port which is 8000. All right, so we can leave it like so, but let's write a function so that we can see in the console that okay, the server is running. All right, so console log, we can write it all inline without return anything like that. Okay, so this is quite simple arrow function. So console log, and let's use backticks. Okay, it's not quote, it's backtick, which is on top left under the escape key in your keyboard. All right, so let's write API is running on port, and we can embed the variable port. All right, so here, beautiful. Okay, so this is a very basic Express server with only few lines of code. You have created your own Express server, and we can give this a try. Okay, so we can use Node, and Node will execute this server.js file straight away. That is one way of running this server. Let's give that a try. Node server.js. Okay, you can see the console log straight away here. API is running in port 8000. Let's give it a try. Let's go to port 8000, localhost 8000. All right, and you see something like cannot get. So if you get something like this, that means server is working. The reason you get this is because we are not handling any // right? So if you go to the server, you can see we are only handling the API/register route. Anything else we don't know about. Okay, our server doesn't know anything about anything else other than this. So if you give this a try, if you make request to /API/register, you see the data, the JSON response, you hit register endpoint. Okay, so that's what we wrote here. All right, so this is the endpoint. Later on, we're going to send our data from the front end, all this name, email, and password, to this route, to this endpoint, and That way our server will be able to save the user in the database, send activation email, whatever we need to do. At the moment, we're not doing anything, we're just sending the response. Okay, so that's perfect. We got our server and it is up and running. One more thing you would like to do, because at the moment you can see we are executing this file directly using the node command. All right, but that's not going to work very well. For example, it's working, but if you come and make some change, all right, make some change, come back here, refresh, you expect to see that change here, right? But it doesn't unless you stop the server and start one more time. Okay, now it works. So it's not practical, right? You can't just stop the server and start every time you want to make see the difference whenever you make some change. And for that reason, we installed nodemon. All right, so we can use nodemon to give this a try. And next time you might want to run something like npm start in your command line, and that will start up the server, right? Okay, we can do that, no problem. All we have to do is write that start script here. Okay, so let's write start, get rid of all this, and let's use nodemon to execute server.js. Okay, simple as that. Now you can run npm run start or npm start, and that will execute the server.js file via nodemon, so that you don't need to restart, keep restarting. Nodemon will automatically restart whenever there is a change. Okay, give this a try. Now we can use npm start. Okay, now you can see nodemon is running. Nodemon is watching for any changes here, and you can see app is running. Okay, that's good. Now if you come and make some change, get rid of that, go back, refresh, you can see we don't need to restart the server anymore. It happens because of nodemon. All right, so that's it. We have set up our server. We're going to continue to modularize our application. At the moment we have routes here, and then later on you will have a lot of things to do here. Okay, you will send activation email, save user in the database, a lot of stuff here. So this logic you want to move to controllers, and all these routes you want to move to the routes folder, so that your application is well organized. All right, so we're going to look into that in the next lecture. All right, so we have the server.js file, but we have the route here which we want to move to its separate folder so that it is well organized. So let's create a routes folder here. So here let's create a new file. Let's call it auth.js. So we're going to have all the authentication related routes, for example login, registration. All right, so the first thing we want to do to use route is import express. Const express equals to require express. We're going to use express router. Okay, that is the reason we are requiring express. So let's create another variable router, and that is going to be express.router. Okay, so with express you have access to this router, which is another function here you can see, and we are invoking that, and we are storing this express.router with capital R. Make sure you have it. So we are invoking the express router and make that available in this variable called router, so that we can use route.get, route.post, right? So all the get request, post request, we can use that here. All right, so router, just like we have here in the server, you can see app.get. It's not going to be get, it's going to be router.get. Okay, so router.get, which is the express router, it has the get method which we can use. So whenever we get the request to API/register, this is what we want to do, right? It's pretty much same, it's exactly same. Okay, so that's great. Next thing you want to do is export this module. Okay, so in Node.js, any file you create, that is treated as a module, right? Just like express is a node npm module, but anything we write on our own, it is our own module. Okay, so we want to export this module so that you can use in the server.js. Okay, you can do that using exports. So module.exports equals to router. So what we're doing is we are adding this router to the modules.exports object. Okay, again, if you are not fully understanding this, then you might want to check out my React Node social network course. I have gone through all these little details. So basically modules, like I said, each file you create in Node.js is a module. Okay, so modules, all these files, all these modules, they have the exports object, and by default it is empty. All right, so by default it is empty. However, because it is empty object, we are free to add any properties. So we are basically adding the router property. All right, so once we export from here, we can import in the server.js and start using this route. Okay, so let's do that here. So let's import that. Let's leave a comment here, import routes. All right, and let's put it in a variable auth routes require, because we are exporting using module export, we can require just like any other npm module, but because it is our own module, we need to give the path. So this is in the routes/auth. Right, so we import that from routes.auth, and we can apply this as a middleware. Now we don't need this one, we can get rid of that. Okay, so middlewares. So middlewares are basically a piece of code that runs in the middle. Okay, so here we can apply middleware to this app, express app, using app.use. So you can see Express provides so many different functions. We already used listen, we already used get, and now we're going to use this use method. All right, so the use method you can use to apply any middleware, any code you want to run in the middle. All right, so anytime there is a request, we want to forward that to the routes. Okay, so anytime we can actually prefix. Okay, so we can prefix with API so that you don't have to write API. So get rid of that from here. Okay, so leave it to just register, and here because we are prefixing with API, that's fine. And then you pass all the incoming requests to auth routes. Okay, it's pretty simple, right? So you move the logic to a separate routes folder. Okay, you export that, and then you import in the server and apply as a middleware. Now anytime there is a request coming in, if the request match /API/register, this route will be responsible to send this response. Anything else, our server doesn't care, right? So we applied that middleware, everything should work as expected. Let's make a small change, middleware. All right, come back here, refresh, you can see it works. All right, so what we just did is modularize our code, move the routes from server.js to its own directory. All right, beautiful. This way later we can have many routes, maybe post related routes, categories related routes. We can have many routes, no problem. We can just write it here, import in server.js and use as a middleware. All right, so in the next lecture we're going to go one step further and move this logic from the routes to a controller. I'll see you in the next lecture. In real world application, you will not just send the JSON response, right? You have to do a lot of work here. Now in our case, we need to send users a confirmation email whenever they make request to register. Okay, all that stuff. So it doesn't make sense to write everything in our routes, because you will have maybe 10, 20, 100 routes here, and then all of the routes will have a lot of things to do here. Okay, so of course that's going to be a massive mess. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to move this logic, this you can see this arrow function. Let's move this function to a controller so that it is well organized. All right, and that's what we're going to do. Let's create a controllers folder inside server, and here let's create a file. We can give a same name, auth, just make things easier. All right, so here just like we used module.exports, we can use exports here in the controller as well. So exports.register, we can give any name, but let's give register. If we're handling the register route, maybe it makes sense to name it something similar so that it makes sense, right? So exports.register, and this is going to be a function, right? Function, and in this function you will write whatever you have written here. So basically what we want to do is this function, this is a second argument, right? So this function is a second argument, this register endpoint is the first argument to this get method. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to cut this second argument, the function, cut it out, right, and put in this controller. Okay, so let's delete and paste here. Okay, so this is exactly the same piece of this arrow function. We cut it out from routes and move to controller. That's all we did. Okay, and we are exporting from this file so that we can import in the routes and use. Okay, so let's import this one, register here. Okay, import from controllers. Okay, so const, and because we are exporting register and later we're going to export many more functions here, we can destructure here directly. Register, that is the name of our function, from require. Now we need to go one step up, slash controller slash auth, right? Const. Okay, so this way, this controller function you export from here and you can import here. Okay, using object destructuring. Okay, so we are requiring from that file, and now we can simply use this as a second argument here. Previously we had the entire function written here, but now what we did is move that to a controller and then import and use. So it is same thing, right? It is just same as writing that arrow function here, but this is just much better in terms of a code organization. All right, that's perfect. So in this lesson what we did is just refactored our code to use controllers. So move the function to the controller, and that's pretty much it. Now you can do a lot of stuff, saving database, sending email alert, whatever that is. It's much better organized. All right, so let's give it a try. Middleware using controllers. Let's just give it a try. Okay, refresh, you can see everything is working beautifully. Okay, so the very basic initial setup of our server is done. Now we have the entry point, which is executed. Okay, which is executed when we run npm start, and then this file contains the entire application, routes, middlewares, right? So we have routes handling the register and the controller method that does whatever needs to do. Okay, so this is a very beautiful application architecture. Now we can move on and continue with our application. The next thing we want to do is work on the user registration. All right, so the next few lessons going to be a little bit long and a little bit confusing if you are completely new to Node, but bear with me and just take it slow. This is probably the hardest thing when you're getting up and running with Node, but afterwards everything will start to make sense and things get easier and more exciting as well. All right, but the first thing we need to do in terms of registering user registration process is we need to create a user schema. Okay, so that's how it works. When you want to save the user, you don't want to just take whatever data coming in and save in the database. That's not going to work. So what we need is we need to create a schema. All right, so we're going to create a user model, and that model will define this schema. So I have written some steps here. So server setup with routes controller is done by now. Now we are ready to start working on creating user. So we need to define a user schema. Okay, so schema is the definition of user. So when we say user, what is user? What does it do? What properties does it have, right? So a user schema will have name, email, password field, or maybe some more fields we can add later. So basically that's the schema, right? So when we say we want to set the user, we want to make sure we have the name, email, and password, and maybe apply some validation as well. For example, password should be at least 6 characters long, things like that. And for all that, we need to create a schema in the user module. All right, and also it should have some additional fields such as hashed password, reset password link, and so on. Okay, so we'll look into that as we progress. So let's go ahead, create a model, user model, so that we can write user schema. All right, new folder. By the way, if you don't feel like writing and you already have some experience with Node, you can also copy paste the code from the source code I will provide for each lecture. All right, so inside server, let's create a model, models, okay, S, because we're going to have more than one model. All right, so inside here, we're going to create our first model called user.js. And here we're going to write our first schema, right? So there is a way to write a schema. We're not just going to write whatever we like. We need to follow the standard, and we're going to be using Mongoose for that. So Mongoose is let me actually show you this. It makes sense to go to the docs. Mongoose, I guess. To work with MongoDB, you will use Mongoose. This is the most popular and standard way. So let's go to mongoose.com, mongoose.js. All right, so what do they say here? Writing MongoDB validation, casting, business logic, boilerplate is a React. That's why we wrote Mongoose. Okay, so Mongoose provides a straightforward schema-based solution to model your application data. It includes built-in typecasting, validation, query binding, business logic, and so on. Okay, so if that was confusing, don't worry. Basically, we use Mongoose to work with MongoDB. Okay, you can work with MongoDB without Mongoose as well, but this is extremely popular and highly recommended because MongoDB by default is schema-less, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be using schema. There are so many benefits of using schema. All right, so we will be using Mongoose to work with MongoDB. All right, so we can install Mongoose. All right, and that will help us write Mongoose schema and so on. All right, so npm install Mongoose. So while it's happening, let's go back to our application and start creating a Mongoose schema. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is import Mongoose. So const Mongoose equals to require Mongoose. All right, once we require Mongoose, we can create a schema. Let's call it user schema, const user schema. All right, so user schema, to create a new schema, we're going to use the new operator. So new mongoose.schema. All right, so this is a function that you can use with Mongoose, right? And make sure it is a capital S. So this way you can write your own schema using a new instance of Mongoose schema. All right, so this is going to be an object, and you will pass a lot of properties here. So the first one we're going to write is username. Okay, so when we create a user, we want to create usernames by default. We could even ask users to enter the username, right? But we're not going to do that. We're just going to automatically generate some unique IDs and assign that to user. And the benefit of this approach is there are so many approaches. Later you might want to scale your application to do a lot of different types of implementation, right? For example, you might want to show the user profile page, which is going to be public for everyone. So to do identify each user, you might want to use username. Okay, so you can search your database to find the users based on username, because usernames will be unique. All right, so let's have it here. It is going to have a lot of benefits. All right, so username, let's say the type. What type it will have. Okay, so it's going to be type string, capital S. All right, so it's going to be a string type. Next one, trim, we're going to set it to true. So trim is basically, for example, if users are giving you some username, for example, let's say Ryan, they might have some space in the beginning by default, sometimes by accident, sometimes for some reason they might have. So any space in the beginning, any extra space at the end, you want to avoid that, right? So trim will help us do that. Okay, so trim true. Required, let's make it true. So we, without this, user will not be created. Okay, so there will be an error. Okay, so this is another benefit of using schema. So required true. We can also define the maximum and minimum length. All right, so let's say 12. The username shouldn't be more than 12 characters long, right? Unique, true. So this will make sure that we do not save the same user with the same username twice in a database. Okay, so it has to be unique. Okay, index, true. So index is basically for performance reason. For example, later you might want to query your user's database based on the username, right? You can query the database based on ID, user's ID, user name, user email, right? So in our case, we might want to query based on a username. Okay, so if you set it to index true, this will give you some performance benefits. All right, lowercase, true. Okay, so all the username, I want to make sure they are all lowercase. So even if you give a capital letter like so, this will be saved as all small, lowercase. All right, so that's perfect. So this is the user schema for username. Next one we want is name. Okay, so when we create a user, we will have the name property in the user schema, and that also have some requirements, something like this. So type string and trim true, required true, max, and let's say 32. All right, so we have username, name, next, let's paste here. This one we're going to call it email. So the email will be typed string, trim true, required true, unique. Okay, we want to make sure the email is unique. Okay, because we can't save the same user, more than one user with the same email. Okay, that's very important. So unique true. So that's done for email. Let's also apply a lowercase. Okay, it's important to make sure all the email addresses are lowercase. Okay, so that's good. Let's copy, maybe let's copy this one, and let's add comma, paste one more time. This one we can use for password. Okay, so the way we're going to save password is going to be a bit different. We're not going to save plain password. We're going to hash the password and save in the database. This is for security reason, and you should never save the plain password. If for some reason your database is compromised, everyone's password will be exposed. Okay, so we're going to save, and instead of saving password, we're not going to save password, we're going to call it hashed password. All right, however, don't get confused that we will be sending hashed password from the front end. For example, here in the front end, we ask a user to enter name, email, and password, and we send this to our backend. Okay, so we're not going to send hashed password, we're just going to send password. That's perfectly fine. But when we are saving, we're not actually saving the password, we're just going to save the hashed version, and we're going to call it hashed password. All right, so everything will make sense as we continue. Okay, all right, so hashed password is there. So it's going to be only the two fields we need. Type is going to be a string, right, and required true. So let's copy this, paste it. Okay, so that's hashed password. We also need to generate salt. Okay, salt is basically a strength. Okay, so this is the strength, how strong hashing you want to apply when we're hashing the password. All right, so salt string, leave it, and you will see how it's going to work later. Okay, so role. So we're going to have the role based users system. All right, so each user, when they sign up to our application, by default they will get the role of subscriber, but obviously we will be able to create a user with the role of admin, or we can manually modify and make it admin. All right, so role type string, okay, and by default we can assign this role of subscriber. All right, so you can see using a schema has a lot of benefits. So we have the validation, we have the maximum, minimum requirements, and we even have the default value. Okay, so if nothing is supplied, when we're creating a user, automatically the role will have the default value of subscriber, which is good. All right, so we got the role. Let's write one more, and that's going to be for reset password link. Okay, so we're going to work on reset password later. If user forgot the password, they will be able to request for reset. Okay, so data string. Okay, you can see I'm not using type this time. I'm going to be use data. I guess it's going to be string data, and by default it will be empty. So all the users, when you create all the users, by default the reset password link will have empty value. All right, and that's pretty much it. I guess that's our schema. So you can see this is the schema, this is the function. We are passing this object. The entire object is a schema which ends here, and let's use comma and write timestamps true. Timestamps, no caps lock, it's all small case. Timestamps true. And the reason I'm doing this is if you pass timestamps true as the second argument, okay, so this is the second argument and this is the first argument to the schema. Okay, so if you do this, you will automatically get created at and updated at date whenever there is a user created or updated in the database. Okay, so that is one benefit. Okay, so that's awesome. We have created our user schema. There's a bit more to do. We need to use virtual fields. Okay, so the use of virtual field is that, as you saw, we will be sending the password, but we want to save as hashed password. Okay, so this virtual field, so the virtual field is going to be password. Okay, so that is the virtual field, but this is not going to be persisted in the database. Instead, hashed password will be used to save in the database. So virtual field is does exist here just to do some middleware kind of work. Okay, we get the hash password, we get the password and we hash that and save in the database. So in between, how we're going to do that? We're going to make use of virtual fields. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write some methods in this schema. Okay, so each user schema you create, you can assign some methods. Okay, so we're going to have two methods. So one will be authenticate method that will take the incoming password and the hashed version. If that match, then we can allow users to log into our application. Okay, so passwords should be matched every time they log in. Okay, so this authenticate method will help us do that. Okay, so to this user schema, we're going to have one method that is authenticate. Another method is going to be encrypt password. All right, so we're going to hash the password, and for that we're going to make use of this function which will hash the password, and you will see how it works. All right, so we need to create those two methods, and actually one more. Another one is make salt. It's a very small function. It's going to be that will generate salt values. All right, and then finally that's pretty much it. We're going to have virtual fields, some methods, and then we're going to export user schema user model based on this schema. All right, so we're going to work on these topics in the upcoming lecture. So let's work on the virtual field and a couple of these methods so that we are done with our user model. All right, So here so this virtual field will be used on the user schema. All right, so let's put user schema dot virtual. So just like methods, you would create something like this later. Okay, so user schema dot methods, you will be creating an object with a couple of methods. All right, so to apply methods, we use user schema dot methods. So we use the method property to add methods. We use virtual property to add virtual field. So the virtual field is going to be password. So this password is what we will be getting from the front end. All right, so we take that password and we hash it and save as hashed password. Okay, so we're going to use getters and setters. This can get a bit confusing, so let me take it to the official docs. Okay, so mongodb.js.com, let's go to the read the docs, and here you can search. Let's search for virtual schemas virtual. All right, so you'll see a couple of examples. Let me come down. Okay, so we have this example. We're going to do something similar. So you can see here, you can also add a custom setter to your virtual that will let you set first name and last name via full name virtual. So in this case, this full name is the password in our example, right? So in this example, you can see the schema is getting the full name. Okay, so full name contains the first name and last name. It contains both. Okay, but when we save in the database, you might want to save just the first name separately and last name separately. So they have used the getters and setters. Okay, so using the substring, they got the first part out and then second part out, and then they separate, and using the getters and setters, they are able to save first name and last name separately, even though it all came all together as full name. Okay, so this is how we can use virtual field. Now let's apply the same logic in our application. Okay, so we will be getting password. Now we're going to hash it and save as hashed, right? So here, first thing you want to do is use the set method. Okay, so set function. Now don't use the arrow functions, all right, because we need to access this keyword in this context of the user schema. All right, so you need to use a regular function, not arrow function. So set function, and this function will get argument of password, the one that is coming from the client side. All right, and then let's also have a get function, and this will return this dot underscore password. Okay, so we don't have the underscore password temporary variable yet, which we're going to create here. So this dot underscore password equals to password, the one that we're getting as a parameter. Okay, so this is, let me just have a comment here, create temporary variable called has underscore password. All right, and here generate salt. Okay, and then we're going to encrypt password. Okay, to do these both things, we need to write a method to generate salt and encrypt password, but at the moment we can just refer to the function and we can write next. Okay, so this dot salt equals to this dot make salt. This method we're going to write very soon here. So this salt refers to the schema salt. All right, and we need to create this function so that we can add some values to it. So encrypt password also going to be this dot hashed password. So we have the hash reference to the hash password in the schema. So that will have the value of this dot encrypt password method, which we're going to write very soon, and we pass the password. All right, so we need to create these two methods, make salt, encrypt password, and we passing the password, incoming password. Okay, so this function will hash it and make the value available here. So this hashed value will be saved in the database. All right, so we got the virtual field there. Now let's go ahead and write our methods. Okay, so let me have a bit of a space here. All right, so the method, first one, let's create encrypt password. Okay, as you can see, this is object, so it is treated as a property which holds the value of function. Right, so function, anonymous function this is, so this function doesn't have a name, it is assigned as a value to this property. So this function will get password as an argument, as you can see here. All right, so password, and let's write here first, let's check if password is there. If no, we just want to return nothing. All right, and then we use try catch if there's an error, and then if there is an error, return nothing. Return nothing. So whenever we use the return keyword, okay, the return is the value that will be returned from this encrypt password. So as you can see here, the value of the hashed password is this function, right? So whatever is returning, that will be here. So if it is written empty, it will be empty value here. All right, so try, we want to try hashing the password. Okay, so there are a couple of ways of hashing password. We can use npm packages, or we can use a native Node.js module, so that you don't need to install from npm anymore. All right, so for that we can obviously use the core Node.js module called crypto. So const crypto equals to require cryptl. Okay, so we require crypto, and with crypto we can hash the password. All right, so here return crypto, let's use return. So as you can see, if there is an error, the return will be empty and the code below will not execute. Okay, so if we can hash the password, this will be returned, and the catch error, this return will never execute. I'm sure you already know that, right? So whenever there is a return keyword, the first encounter, that is what's returned. So if there was no password, this will return empty string and nothing else will execute. Okay, so let's use return crypto. Now let me quickly take you to the Node.js docs, because this is one of the method provided by here in the docs. We can have a look at it. All right, so let's go to docs. Let's try the latest 12. Okay, and crypto, you can click here. Let's come all the way down. There are some code examples. So as you can see here, to hash we can use create crypto dot create hmax. So this function we can use with crypto, and we use the hashing algorithm. In this case they have used the SHA-256. This is the name of the hashing algorithm. All right, and then you give some secret. In our case we're going to use salt here, and then we're going to update. Okay, so we're going to update the password and use the digest. Okay, so we can pretty much copy this code and make some change. All right, so return crypto create hmax. So the hashing algorithm we're going to use SHA1. All right, so secret is going to be this dot salt. All right, and update, we're going to update the password. That virtual field is getting the password user input. Okay, so we're going to update that. That is pretty much it. This will return the hashed password. Okay, so if it doesn't make much sense, just wait. Later, once we register the user, you will see how the password is hashed and saved in the database. All right, so don't panic if you are feeling a bit confused here. Okay, now the next method, this is the first one, encrypt password. Let's create another one called make salt, because we haven't done that yet. All right, So when we get the password, we also need to generate salt and populate in this schema here. All right, so let's create that. Make sure you have the comma here, and then let's say make salt, another anonymous function. All right, so here what we're going to do is we're going to use a math round and math flow. In fact, we're just going to use the math round. If you're new to this JavaScript method, you can also give it a try here online in Google. JavaScript math. Let's go here. Okay, math is a built-in object that has properties and methods for mathematical constants. All right. Okay, there's not much useful examples here. Maybe we can try here. Okay, so math.round, you give some value that returns 5. Math.round, we're going to use math.random. Do they have the example here somewhere? So math ceiling, you can see a ceiling. So if you give 4.4, it will try to give you the overall top value, and that is going to be 5. So 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, that will give you 5, a bit of a higher ceiling value. So if you apply lower, floor to 4.7, that gives 4. This one is 4.4, but it still gives 5 because we're using ceiling method. But if you use floor, this gives the lower value, which is 4 in average. All right. So there are a bunch of helper functions, methods in this math object. For example, math random, that returns random number. Okay, so we're going to use math to generate the salt. All right, so make salt, return math. First we create math round based on the current date. Okay, new date, and we execute new date dot value of, we get the value of the new date, multiply that with math dot random. Okay, and plus the empty string. There are many ways of generating salt. You might not even need to go through all this, but I've been using this and it has given me the good results so far. That's why I decided to go it this way. All right, now we have the encrypt password, make salt, and that is pretty much it. Looks like we're pretty much done here. But before we leave this model, why don't we create one more method that is going to be authenticate, which will help us authenticate the user, comparing the password, if the password match or not. Right, so let's create this one as well. Authenticate, again anonymous function, plain text. Okay, so we will be getting the password. Okay, let's have a comma here, and it's going to return true or false. So it's going to use the comparison operator, triple equal, and it's going to return if the incoming password, which is a plain text. Okay, so incoming password, if that matches with the password we have saved in the database. Now the problem is we are not actually saving the plain text, plain password in the database, right? So how are we going to compare that? Okay, so the way we're going to compare that is this plain text, this incoming password, also we're going to apply encrypt password. So we will encrypt this one and then compare with the one that is saved. Okay, so that way both passwords are encrypted, both are hashed, and then we can run the comparison. If they match, that means obviously it's the correct password. All right, so return this dot encrypt password. We give the plain text, so whatever user is typing in, whatever user type here, and send. Okay, so that will be here, that will be this. Okay, and we use the encrypt password to encrypt this one, incoming plain password. Okay, and if that is equal to the one that is saved in the database, this hashed password, that means it will return true. If the password match, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Okay, now that we have done everything, all the difficult stuff, let's export module.exports equals to mongoose.model. Okay, so this is basically a user model with user schema. So to make it the actual model, we have to use the model method that comes with Mongoose. Okay, and if you're not sure why we're creating a model and what's the benefit, you will see as we progress. All right, in the controller we will be requiring the model, and with model you have a lot of functions that you can run to query the database. All right, so mongoose.model, we're going to call it user model, and make sure to use the capital letter just to distinguish itself as a model. All right, so user, and this user model will be based on user schema, the entire schema that has all these definition, the methods, and so on. So the user model will be based on the user schema. Okay, so that is pretty much it. I'm sure some of the steps must have been complicated to you, but this is probably the most difficult part. Everything from here is going to be easier. All right, and you will see every method, everything in action as we continue with the course. So if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, take it easy and follow along in the next lecture. All right, so we wrote our user schema, added a bunch of methods. It was quite long, but we're done with that. Now we are very close to start working back to user registration. Okay, very close, probably in the next lecture. We still have some more setup to do, some more useful npm packages we're going to bring in and apply as a middleware in our server.js so that we can get up and running. All right, so these steps are done now. Schema, user schema, adding the hash password, all these schema is done, which is great. Now this is the high level overview for user registration. So we have the server setup done, install few npm packages. We're going to install more on this lecture. We have the MVC pattern. So models, we have view that is handled by the React, and controllers, we have the controllers. All right, so MVC pattern is there. Implement JSON web token based authentication system. Okay, so this is what we're going to work on, but before we do that, we need few more npm packages in our application. So let's go ahead and let's install them. Okay, so npm install body parser we need. Okay, the reason we need this body parser is we will be sending the request body. For example, have a look at here. So all this name, email, and password we will be sending from front end. We will be sending as a post request from the front end to back end. Okay, so that post request with all this data will be available in our server in request object. So request.body, we can grab all this information from request.body. All right, so be able to do that, to be able to grab all this data from the request body, we need the body parser. Okay, otherwise we are basically sending this data as JSON data from the client side to server side. So the way we transfer data is JSON, right? But we need to convert it to JavaScript, right? So even though they are similar, they're not exactly same. All right, so this parse, the body parser, will help us parse that JSON data to JavaScript so that our server has no issue working with that data. Okay, so we need to install this package, very important, body parser. Next one, we're going to use course. All right, so course is required, cross-site, cross-origin resource, what do they call it, resource. Let's quickly have a look here. Okay, just lost it. Course resource sharing, that's right, cross-origin resource sharing. So this is the standard followed by the web browsers. Okay, so if you are working with a request from one domain, for example, one domain is google.com, it's a different domain. mongoose.js.com, that's a different domain. So if you're trying to communicate, transfer data between one domain to another, by default browsers will try to stop that, because that is for the security reasons. Okay, so that's what they call it, cross origin resource sharing. Okay, so you cannot easily communicate between one domain to another unless you have CORS applied. Okay, and for that reason we're going to use the CORS package, because our backend will be running on port 8000 and our front end will be running on port 3000, so there will be issues. That's why we need CORS. However, in the production for our application we don't need CORS, but this is only for the development. All right, so body parser CORS. Next one is .env. Okay, so we will be creating .env file to store some variables such as some passwords, secrets, something like that, that you do not want to share with other people. For example, if you push your code base to GitHub, you don't want to expose those variables. Okay, so those variables you can put in the env file, and then you can create separate env file in the production mode, separate in the development mode. All right, and then this file you will not push to GitHub. Okay, you will see how it all works. Okay, so .env. Next one is express.jwt. This package will help us grab the JSON web token from the request. Okay, so this JSON web token will be the basis of implementing access security in our application. When you use a sign in, we will generate the JSON web token, give to the client, and if client need to make request to our backend to some protected resources, they need to send the token, and this package will intercept that token and make sure that is a valid token. Otherwise we cannot allow access to users. Right, so express.jwt, we need that. We're also going to use express validator. This package will help us validate data. For example, if username or email is not there, or if it is not valid email, we can send them the error message saying that sorry, your email is not valid, or sorry, the password, make sure it is 6 character long, something like that. Okay, so we can use express validator for that. All right, another one, JSON web token. Okay, so this is the package that will help us generate JSON web token. All right, Mongoose we already installed, and the next one we're going to use is AWS SDK. Okay, we will come back to it later. We have to sign up to AWS yet. We haven't done that, but let's install it so that we're pretty much good to go here. All right, so let's hit enter. So we basically installing body parser CORS, .env, express.jwt, express validator, JSON web token, and AWS SDK. All right, so all of them are installed. That's great. Now let's start our server. npm start. Beautiful. Okay, so we have installed the additional npm packages. Now we are ready to apply them as a middleware in our server.js. Okay, let me quickly have a look at the package.json file. So all the packages you install, you can see here. All right, so it looks like we forgot one package, which is one of my favorite. That's Morgan. Let's install that as well. npm I Morgan. Morgan will help us the routes here, see the route. So anytime there's a request coming into a certain route, you can see in the console. That helps during the development process. All right, okay, so once that's done, let's go to our server.js and bring those packages in so that we can continue further. All right, so const Morgan equals to require Morgan. All right, let's copy, let's paste 1 2 3 4 times. Okay, so we got Morgan. We need body parser from body parser. By the way, all these packages are installed in the node modules, right? Their package and their dependencies. So you see a massive list here. All right, so Morgan is there. Next, body parser is there. Next one, we need CORS, require CORS. Next one, we need Mongoose, because we need to connect to our database as well, and we're going to use Mongoose for that. So Mongoose require mongoose, and then next one is .env, and we can just write, we don't need a variable here, so require .env.config. we can just execute this config function. All right, so that's all we need for now. Next we need to create .env file. Okay, let's create .env file, and anything right there will be available here because we are using the .env package here. All right, so new file, .env. all right, and we're going to have a couple of variables here, but the first one I would like to write here is this port. You saw previously we write env.port. If that is available, we try to get it from there, otherwise by default we use 8000. so let's write it down, .env. okay, so port equals to, there will be no space or anything like that, right? Okay, so port equals to 8000. all right, and let's leave it, we'll come back to it later. And by the way, anytime you make change to env file, you need to restart the server. Okay, now that we have env, let's also create a git ignore file. Some of the files you don't want to push to GitHub. Okay, so something like this, such env file you don't want to push, because later you will have some app API keys, for example AWS API key which you cannot access, AWS API secret which you cannot show it to the public, right? So such credentials you will write in the env file, and you will not commit this file to GitHub. Okay, so that is the reason you want to create .gitignore file. So let's click and create git with the dot in the beginning. All right, git ignore. Okay, so this file, anything you write here, that file will not be committed to GitHub. All right, so you don't want to push node modules, okay, because it's going to be very heavy. So a lot of files there, a lot of files with big size. Okay, so you don't push that. So node modules, anytime you want this folder back, you can always come back to this project and run npm install. That will install all the packages you see here based on what is defined in the package.json. all right, so gitignore node modules and .env. so these two files we don't want to push to GitHub, so write it like so. All right, and while we are here, let's also make sure to create a .env file inside the client folder. New file, save.env. okay, and here in the client side we don't want to push the next folder, which is going to have quite a big size. And to generate this file, we can run npm run build in the production. Okay, so we don't need this one. Okay, so next, node modules as well, we don't want to push node modules, next, and next config.js. okay, so when working within NEXTJS, we don't usually use env file. You can, but basically we will be using next.config.js, which will have variables and anything else which will be something that you don't want to expose to public. All right, so this is the env for our client folder. Okay, node modules.next and next.config. okay, and for server, this is what we have. Okay, so that's perfect. We have installed the packages, we have bring them in here. Next is you want to apply them as a middleware. Just bringing here doesn't do anything, right? Okay, so let's apply app middlewares. Right, so app.use, we can use use method to apply middleware. Morgan, we want to apply Morgan and give it a flag of dev, so we are in the development mode. Okay, let's paste here. Next one I want to apply is body parser. Okay, let's get rid of that. Body parser.json. okay, so parse the JSON. So this body parser package will help us do that. Next one, app.use course and execute. Okay, so we need to apply a course, otherwise our front end will not be able to communicate with our backend API. Now with all that, looks like we are good to go. Okay, let's come back here. Let's restart because we made a lot of change, including .env. All right. Okay, so it doesn't look anything different. In fact, let's stop this and let's get rid of this port variable. Now we can load from process.env.port from env file, just to give it a try that it works. Okay, you can see port is there, port has the value, even though we got rid of the 8000 value, because you can see it is here. All right, so let's bring it back in. By default it's there. Let's leave it, come back here, let's restart one more time, and let's try making request. Okay, so the one we had previously, API/register, let's try it. Okay, it's still same. Now if you come here, you can see this get request. So this is because of the Morgan package we installed. You can see we have the route, and you can see the get method was used. All right, so if you go to routes, you can see this is the get method. There are a couple of different methods: get, post, put, delete. So whatever you're doing at this moment, we're just using get. All right, so that's because of the Morgan, and everything else looks good. All right, so this is what we applied as a middleware. Now in the next lecture, we're going to try sending the register data. You can see this data. We try to send this from our front end to back end. Okay, and we will see how this body parser and everything will help us get that data in our controller, because if you make request to register, that is here, and this will pass this to this register controller method. All right, here, so here we will be able to see the incoming data. Okay, so all that exciting stuff, let's continue from next lecture. In this lecture, we're going back to our client folder and try to make a request to our backend server to this route. Okay, API/register. However, we need to make some change. The first change you want to make is change this from get to post. Okay, so we will be making a post request to post data. Okay, so user information. So make this post, it's very important. All right, and with this we should be able to grab the request body in the register. For example, if you go to, let's go to controller, the register here, let's get rid of that. Instead, let's say console.log. It's comma, let's just write some text so that it is easy for us to see. A register controller. All right, so we want to console log request.body. Okay, so we will be sending the user data that should be available to our backend server in the request body. Okay, so we will be able to see that in the server console here later. Okay, so with that we can move to our client folder, but let's do one more thing. Okay, so let's go to server, and at the moment you can see we have applied course. Now this means any origin, any domain will have access to our API. Access means they can send requests. Okay, but you might not want such behavior. You might only want to allow one domain to make request to your backend API. Maybe one, maybe two, maybe you can create an array of domains, but you might not want to allow any domain. Okay, so you can specify, you can become explicit of what you want. All right, so for example, let's write a variable in the env file in the server. Let's call it client URL. Client URL equals to what will be the client side application, what will be the URL. In this case, http:// localhost colon 3000, right? So this is where our front end is running. Make sure you are running in 3000. If it is anything different, you need to make it different. All right, so at the moment this is what we're going to use. This is what we are using currently. So we can allow access in the course. We can only allow access to this domain. All right, so come here, server, and instead of giving this wildcard course allowing all the domains, we can say app.use, and we can pass the configuration. For example, origin, that's going to be the client URL. Okay, so you have access to the env file like this. You have access. So process.env.client URL. Okay, so you apply course only to this origin. So if this origin makes request to your API, no problem. Otherwise, the course error will be thrown. Okay, so this is a better option than just using wildcard course. All right, so with this out of the way, let's go to our client and try to make request with that user data during the registration. Let's try if we can send this information to our backend. Okay, for that we need some way of sending requests from the client to server. Okay, so there are a couple of packages we can use, something like axios, or you can use fetch as well, but we're going to use axios. All right, so go to your so app.use requires middleware, so we got some error here. Server.js 17. Let's quickly go back to our server. 17 app.use. We forgot to use course. All right, so this is the configuration. Cut that out, course, and then you pass that configuration here. All right, beautiful. Okay, so now it looks good. You can see you might come across this error all the time. Even when you're working with the routes and controllers, you can come across this error. So this means that it requires a function, but we are passing something else. Okay, so always make sure to revisit your code and make sure everything is right. Okay, so that's good. Let's go to client, and like I said, let's install this package. So I'm going to this client terminal here and installing npm install axios. All right, so while that's happening, let's go to client register page and let's import axios from axios. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to make a post request to our backend. Right, so in the handle submit, we are console logging. Okay, let's quickly give that a try again. Let's start the front end. Okay, so that's good. Let's come here. Let's type some name. Okay, let's type just something here. Register. You see this data. So this data we need to send to our server here, right? So instead of just console logging, let's continue. Let's use axios post. Okay, so we're going to use post method. You can pass a couple of arguments. The first argument is the URL, so I'm going to use backticks. All right, so http://localhost:8000. Okay, so this is our backend API. This is where it is running. This is the domain, right? So this is the URL /API/register. This is where we want to make request, right? So this is the only API endpoint we have at the moment. All right, so this is the first argument, the URL to this axios.post method. First argument is that. Second argument is the actual data that you want to send in the request body, so that we will be able to grab that. Let me quickly go to the controller server. You see, we are trying to see this data in the console. Okay, so we want to make sure we're getting all the data before we do anything further. All right, so this data is going to be here. So that data is going to be name, email, and password. Okay, now you can see the repetition here, the name and value, the key value. If they are same, you can just get rid of that. Okay, you can get rid of that. All right, so we're making a post request to this endpoint with this data. Okay, now when you make a request like this, it returns a promise. Later we're going to use async await, but at the moment let me quickly show you using the promises. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of this one as well. All right, so then you get the response. Okay, let's just console log the response for now. Okay, and if you catch any error, if there was any error, you'll be able to catch the error, and you can just console log error. All right, now we can have a look at the request response in the console and see how everything is working. All right, so let's give it a try. Okay, so make sure you have the servers running, and we should be able to see this data here once we make a post request. It's just reloading. Looks like I've got some errors or some issues. Let me just stop the front end. Okay, let me restart. Sometimes you just have to restart the server. Okay, I'll try to show you all the errors as I encounter so that it is helpful to you as well. Okay, so let me put it on side. Okay, so let's try run at gmail.com. Let's try register. Let's make a post request. Okay, we don't see anything because we're not doing anything. Let's have a look in the backend. Okay, backend, you can see register controller, the console log, and you have the data that is sent from the front end, right? So name, email, and password. Okay, that is beautiful. Okay, so you wouldn't see this data if you didn't have the body parser as a middleware applied to your server. Okay, that was important as well. That's why I was trying to explain that in the previous lecture. Anyway, so that's great, but we're not getting any response or error. That's because our backend is not sending anything. It's just console logging. Okay, but the great news is we have been able to send the user data from the client side to our backend server. Okay, so that is awesome. In the previous lecture, we tried to post the user data and we were successful. We could see in the console log, which we have here in the auth controller, we just console log, right? So what we want to do is we obviously want to send verification email to user, and then later we will be able to save the user once they verify the email and all that stuff. But before we even get to that point, let's try to apply validation. For example, if they send password that is only 1 to 3 characters long, if it is less than 6 characters long, then maybe your server want to respond with the error message saying that password has to be at least 6 characters long. All right, so if you don't send any email and just type some random string, your server should be able to send error message to the front end saying that sorry, you didn't provide us the valid email address. So some kind of validation, it's really important. Okay, so before the request even hits the controller, before the request even hits the model, because if you look into the user model, we also have some validation here. It has to be unique, it has to be it is required field and all that stuff. But we shouldn't wait until the request actually reach our controller and model and all that stuff. If we can prevent before, then we should do that. All right, so that's a best practice as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the express validator, and we're going to apply that in our route here. So just like we have the register controller, before register controller, we're going to apply some validation. For example, register validation, something like that. Okay, so only if this validation is passed, the code in the controller will get executed. All right, so we're going to do something like that. So we need to create a validator. So let's go ahead, create a new folder inside server, validators, let's put s. Okay, so here let's create a new file, let's call it auth.js. We're going to put all the authentication related validation here during the login and registration. All right, and we're going to use express validator. Let's quickly have a look at the docs. Okay, so we can install express like so, which we already did, and we can apply validation in the route. For example, we can require check and validation result, and you can see here they have the route with the endpoint with name of user, and they apply some checks here. Check for the username, make sure it is the type of email. Check for password, make sure the length is minimum 5 characters and all that. However, we want to do it in a bit modularized way so that our routes don't have to do all this, because you can see at the moment our route looks something like this. Okay, this is pretty neat, one liner, right? But if you do it this way, because if you do it this way, one route will take up this much space, this much code, and it gets really messy. So we're going to work in a bit modularized way. Okay, so we're going to write our validations here. So first of all, we want to import check just like they have done here. Okay, let's actually copy this one. Okay, so here let's just import check from express validator, and then we're going to export a function just like we've been doing here in the controller, exports.register, something like that. Okay, so here exports, let's call it user register validator. Okay, and this is going to be an array of the fields you want to check. Okay, just like you have here in the docs, you can see it's array. Okay, so check, first of all we want to check for name. Okay, and make sure it is not empty, make sure it it's not empty. Yeah, that's right. And then if it is, then we want to send the error message, right? So with message, we send the message, let's say name is required. All right, so this is how we create validation for the name. We check for the name. If it is empty, then we send this error message. Okay, so let's copy, let's add a comma here and paste one more time and one more time. Okay, so this next property we want to check is email. Okay, so make sure this is the type of email, so we can just use is email. Okay, and message, let's write must be a valid email address. All right, and then finally we can check for password. Make sure it is length minimum 6, is its length minimum 6. All right, and if it is not, we can send them the error message. Password must be at least 6 characters long. All right, so this is all we need. We just need to check for name, email, and password during the user registration. All right, so this is an array of checks. However, any error that is thrown here, if it is empty, if it is not type of email, we need to catch that as well. And for that, we could write here, but later we're going to have many different validators, so it makes sense to create in a separate file so that it is easy to use. Okay, so let's create a file index.js. All right, and here in index we're going to write a validation that will actually run the validations. For example, you can see here this array of checks which we have already written, and then they have this callback function. this callback function need access to request and response, so we can apply this as a middleware. Okay, and if there was any errors, okay, we're going to catch that error and return as error message. All right, so we're going to write that here. So const, this time we're going to require validation result. Validation result from require express validator. All right, and then we're going to export this function. Let's call it run validation, and we're going to apply it as a middleware. So middlewares require request, response, as well as next. Okay, so next, some people call it callback because it is actually a callback function, but I like to call it next. Okay, let's use next. All right, so first we're going to grab all the errors. Let's put it in a variable, and that will be coming from the request. So validation result, you pass request as an argument. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to loop for any errors. So all the errors, if this validation result will intercept request, and if there were any errors thrown by this check, that will be available here in the request. Okay, and those will be available in the errors variable here. So this will contain the errors that was thrown from either of the checks. Okay, so here what we can do, we can loop through errors. If no errors dot is empty, again we are checking is empty errors. If errors is empty, that means good, there is no error, right? But if not, using this operator, if it is not empty, that means we have error. Okay, so if we have error, we want to send error message. Okay, so we can return a response with status of 400. In fact, this is going to be 422. 422 means unprocessable entity, so we couldn't go further because there is an error. Okay, so 422, and then we send the JSON response error and error, so whichever that is. Okay, so we need to errors, we want to show the very first error. Okay, so this will contain all the errors, but we just want to show the first one. Okay, so errors dot array, from the errors array, grab the first error. Okay, and then the message. Okay, so show the first error message from this. Okay, so if it is name, email, whatever that is, show the very first error and send that error message as the error response. Okay, so once we have this, we're going to execute this callback function next. All right, if we don't use the next callback function here, then the application will stop. All right, so it's important to handle the errors properly in Node.js, and when you create a middleware, this is how you do it. You execute a callback function, anything happens here, that will be thrown, and then the application will continue. It will not come to halt. All right, so we have the validation, user register validation, and we have run the validation check for any errors, and we are returning the error message if there is any. Okay, so that's all good. Now we can apply this as a middleware in our route. Right, we want to apply that validation. So first let's import validators. All right, so const user register validator from, that is from require. So we need to go one step up, validators auth, one step up, validators auth. All right, and we also need to run the validation, which is in the index, this one. Right, without this you will not see any error response. Okay, so that's important. So let's go to routes. Let's also bring that const run validation equals to require validators. And because this is index.js file, you don't need to write index, because by default index will be available without writing it like so. Okay, so now that we have this, we can apply here in the route. Use the register validator, we apply the array of checks, and then we run the validation. All right, so if the validation is passed, then the code in this register will execute. Otherwise the code will not even reach there, because we will send the error response. We will return the error. All right, let's give it a try. Let's see how it works. Okay, so it looks like we got some error. Validator, I guess that should be S validators. Yep. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's give it a try. Let's go to our front end. All right, now let's try without name. Okay, let's try without anything. Let's hit register, and what have we got here? We got the 422 status code, which is great. Now when you're working with API, it is extremely important you always go to the network tab and check for the errors. Okay, you can see here the red symbol. Click here and you can see we got the error message from the server and it says name is required. Okay, that is perfect. Let's give name and let's try, and this time you see must be a valid email address. So as you can see, our validation is working great. All right, ryan@gmail.com. Now you try again. Password also is required. Let's pass only 3 or 4 characters. Password must be at least 6 characters. You see, everything is working beautifully. Our validation is working great. Make sure you always have the run validation. Without this one, you will not see any error response and you could be wondering what is wrong. Okay, so make sure to apply the checks as well as run validation. In this lecture, I want to give you a tip, and that is whenever you are working with API and front end, you might come across errors. So you just need to understand the workflow. Okay, so anytime you make request to your backend, if you're not getting the response you expect or some kind of error, you always need to make sure to keep it open and go to the network tab and inspect for the headers that you send. You can see I'm making request to this API port 8000/API/register. The method is post. Okay, so the status code we received. All right, you come all the way down here. This is the request we are sending. So everything you can see here in this network tab. You go to the preview, you see the error message, you see error message in the response as well. Okay, so this is extremely important to keep your eye in the network. All right, and also if you're not getting the expected result, make sure to check the console, make sure there are no errors. Sometimes you might even need to restart your server. All right, and then one last thing, you need to understand that what is actually happening is from your client side application. For example, at the moment we are making a post request from this component, this page register. Okay, so this is the data we are sending with this method, post method, to this endpoint. So anytime anything goes wrong, you know what to do, right? So always you need to go to this route first in your backend. So you will go, if something's wrong, go and first of all make sure to check this endpoint. Okay, so you would go to routes and check the endpoint, make sure it is not get or something like that. All right, make sure all the middlewares or controller methods are imported properly here. All right, you can even sometimes write your own like request response and then just maybe console log something, console log request body or something like that. If it helps you to debug, you can do this as well. Okay, okay, and of course you will at the end check the controller method and make sure everything is right. I have a couple of console logs if that helps. Okay, so this is how you can debug your way out. All right, with that said, let's move on to the next lecture. All right, now it is time for us to continue further on registration, user registration. At the moment we can send the data which is available here. Okay, so where is it? Okay, so let's give some valid password here, and you can see we have access to the data, name, email, password, everything, right? So we need to save the user in the database, right? So that means we need database access. All right, so there are two ways. One, if you have MongoDB installed locally, you can use that, which is something I have, and I also use a software called Robo3T that will allow us to allow you to see your database visually. For example, you can see my database here. You can see blocks collection, categories collection, all that stuff. All right, so if you have it installed locally and if you want to install local version of MongoDB, of course you can do that, but in this course I'm going to use Mongo Atlas, and Mongo Atlas is extremely good option if you want to build highly scalable application with MongoDB. All right, so your database can grow as big as you want. You don't have to worry about managing and scaling it, because MongoDB or Mongo Atlas will do that for you, right? So all you need to do is sign up to Mongo Atlas and get the URL string, and you can use that in your application, and that will work as a Mongo database for your application. So during this application we need to sign up to Mongo Atlas, and we need to sign up to AWS as well. And for all that service I will be creating a new Gmail account, and that's the one I will be using. And I also recommend you to create a brand new Gmail account. You can call it anything you like, just for the purpose of this course, because if we are on the same page starting from scratch, then there will be no issues. Otherwise you might have some different settings in your existing Mongo Atlas account or AWS account. Things can get a little bit different, and that can be confusing. Okay, so I recommend you to create a new Gmail account so that we are all in the same position and we can just follow along, start new accounts with Mongo Atlas, AWS, and get everything the right way. Okay, so let's go ahead, let's create a new Gmail account. Let's do it together. Okay, so I'm going to create a new one, create an account, and let's say react AWS. Let's see if I can get this. react-aws@gmail.com. all right, let me try React Node AWS. Okay, that's great. So you cannot get React Node AWS because I'm taking it. You might try something like 1, 2 or something like that. Phone number, that is optional. Recovery, optional. All right, so date of birth, let's use all right, so I have a new Gmail account. It's ready to go, which is great. Now let's go sign up to Mongo Atlas. Okay, let's click on this one and let's go try free. Try free. I guess a work email. React Node AWS at gmail.com. First name Ryan, Dhungel, password. Okay, agree to terms. This usually takes a couple of minutes to set up, but yeah, let's see how it goes. I guess to choose a path. All right, so let's use a free one. Create a cluster. Okay, choose cloud provider. Let's choose AWS. let's choose the default US East one. All right, let's not do anything there. We get 512 MB of storage. All right, that looks good. Okay, that's free. Additional settings, we don't need to do anything there. Cluster name, we can give this a name, node, let's react node AWS. Okay, let's create a cluster. Okay, you can see it says 1 to 3 minutes, so I'll get back to you in about 3 minutes. All right, so let me minimize this. Okay, looks like it's done. Okay, that's great. So the next thing you want to do is go to network access, add IP address, click here, and allow access from anywhere. Okay, so let's pick that up and confirm. Okay, so while that's happening, let's go to the database access. Okay, so we need to create a user to access this database, right? So let's create another user, create a database user here. Okay, so user privilege, read and write to any database, atlas admin. This is the default one. Let's pick this one, right? Add user, enter username, let's say Ryan, enter password. Okay, add user. All right, so we have the user, we have the network access, we have whitelisted all the IPs. Okay, that looks good. Next thing we want to do is go back to our clusters here and click connect. Okay, so click connect, and the way we want to connect to this Mongo Atlas is connect to your application, get a connection string, and view driver connection examples. Okay, let's pick this one. Okay, so Node.js higher than 3, that looks good. So connection string, so this is the string we need. All right, so let's copy that. We need to replace the password field with the actual password. Okay, so let's close that. Now this URL string, we're going to put it in our server folder in the env file. Right, so here let's write database underscore cloud. Okay, let's call it, and let's paste that in here. Okay, so what we need to do here is, you can see I have there's a username, and this password we need to update with the actual password. All right, so this is how you connect. You put your password, the one that you used here when you created the user in the database access, not the actual Mongo Atlas password. Okay, so the one you used here. Okay, now we can give this a try. So once we have this, beautiful, let's save it. And once you have made any changes to env file, make sure to restart the server. All right, let's restart the server. And to connect to our database, we can go to server.js and set up the connection here. All right, so let's write db, and we're going to use mongoose. All right, so mongoose gives us the connect method where we can pass the URL string. Okay, so we can grab that environment variable, our database cloud, right? We can grab that here, process.env.database cloud. So this is how you connect to Mongo. We need to pass some configuration here, but let's leave it like this for the moment, and we're going to have a look at it. Okay, so this gives us the promise, so we can use then and catch. Okay, so then once it is successfully connected, let's write an arrow function here, and let's just say console log db connected if it is successful. If there was an error, let's use the arrow function. We get the error, we want to have a look at the error, sometimes it can be helpful. Console log error. Okay, beautiful. Now let's have a look at here, and straight away we see db connected. How good is that? So that means we have been able to connect our application to Mongo Atlas, which is great. However, there are some deprecation warnings which you might want to get rid of. Right, you can see some deprecation warnings, and if you read closely you can also see the solution here. Deprecation warning: current URL string parser is deprected and will be removed in future. To use the new parser, pass option URL use new URL parser true. So we need to pass this option. Okay, let's do that as second argument to the connect method. The first argument is the actual URL, Mongo URL, the connection URL. Next one, we pass this configuration, URL new parcel true. All right, let's restart. Okay, and you see some more errors as well. You see unified topology true. Okay, let's do that as well. By the way, all these deprecation warnings, if you visit Mongo's deprecation, if you search, they have provided all the solutions here. Actually, Mongo's deprecation warning, if you search in Google, that will take us to the right place. Okay, so deprecation warnings, like you just saw, that use new URL parser, this and that, there are quite a lot. Okay, unified topology, this is the one we just tried. So anytime there is the deprecation error, this documentation will help you out, and sometimes even just looking in the console is pretty good. Okay, so once we have added these two options, they seems to do pretty good. Okay, so we got no warnings. Let me restart one more time. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, so if you come across any errors later, we will add more configuration here, otherwise we can leave it as it is. All right, in the next lecture, let's sign up to AWS as well, so that we are pretty much done with the sign up in terms of using the services such as Mongo Atlas and AWS, so that we can focus more on getting the registration complete. Okay, so the next thing we would like to do is sending a verification token as a clickable link to user's email, and for that we need to use AWS SCS simple email service to send email. So we're going to sign up to AWS and get that sorted in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to sign up to AWS. We're going to create a new user, and we want to start using SCS for sending emails. All right, and a couple of things you want to know: that AWS offers a free tier for the first 12 months. Okay, so if you're creating signing up to AWS for the first time, your first 12 months will be free. However, the way AWS charges is based on the service and the quota. Okay, so if you exceed the quota, you might get charged even during the first 12 months, but that don't usually happen unless you have used some services that are not covered in this free tier. Like recently I tried to use DocumentDB, which is a kind of a similar implementation of MongoDB by AWS, and that wasn't covered. That wasn't included in the free tier, so I was getting charged, but I sent them the request that okay, it was by mistake, and they were happy to take it off from my billing. All right, so this is one of those things you want to keep in mind. All right, and same with the other service by AWS, such as S3. S3 means a simple storage service. All right, so S3 is a bucket where you can upload unlimited amount of files. All right, so your AWS ID and secret, you need to keep them very safe. Do not expose your AWS ID and secret to anyone. All right, that is very important, because if anyone else get access to your credentials, then they might use your services, for example S3, and you might not even notice that your service have been used by some other people, and you could be getting heavy bill. All right, so those are one of those things to keep in mind, and I will show you pretty much everything you want to know along the way. But first, let's focus on signing up to AWS, create a new user, and get this service up and running. All right, so let's go. All right, let's search for AWS console. Okay, let's click here and let's click here and create a new account. All right, so let's use our new email address. And even if you have the existing AWS account, I highly recommend you to start using this service as a new user. Okay, so use new email address so that you and me, we are on the same page. We can go through the same settings and everything, so there will be no unexpected errors. All right, so sign up, react node aws at gmail.com, password, all right, and AWS account name, choose a name. All right, let's choose Ryan. Okay, please select the account type and complete the fields below. Company name, and that is necessary. Okay, phone number, country, let's use my country, Australia, address. Okay, so let me go through all this, phone number, address and everything, and I'll see you in the next screen. All right, so now I'm on this second window, and here you need to enter your payment information. All right, so you can read here, they will not charge you during the free tier limits unless you have exceeded. So when you submit your payment, they will charge you $1, which will be refunded within 3 to 5 business days. Okay, so have a good read and enter your card details, and then you can proceed to the next window. Let me pause and finish this off, and I'll see you in the next window. Once you have entered your credit card details, you will come to this window where you need to confirm your identity. So they will send you a text message. So enter your phone number, enter this character here, and click next. All right, so we can choose a plan. Let's pick this basic plan, which is free. Click here. Now let's sign into the console. So here, react node aws at gmail.com. All right, password. Now here, the first thing you want to do is create a new user. Okay, so we sign up using this name and our email. Okay, so that is kind of a root user. However, to access all the AWS services, you will create a new user here. All right, so you can search for IAM. So I manage access and AWS resources. Okay, so search for that. By the way, anytime you want to search for any services, you can also go here and type here to search. Right, so let's search for IAM. Click here. All right, so we don't have any users at the moment. Let's go ahead and create a new one. So let's click here. So let's create a new user. By the way, you can also create additional users, even create a password for them and then send it out to them. For example, if you have more than one developer working on this project, then you can create additional user and ask them to log in, right? So we're not going to focus on all that stuff. We're just going to focus on the core features that we need for our application. That is SCS for emails, S3 for storage, and later we're going to use EC2 for hosting. Okay, so anything else, because here in AWS you can see we have massive amount of services here. So if you are interested in getting in depth to any of these features, then you might want to check out some dedicated course on AWS. All right, so let's go ahead, set up this new user, and I want to keep the same name, so let's keep same name, right? Okay, and give the access programmatic access. All right, so next, click here, and we're not going to set up any policies or anything like that right now, but we will do it later when we're working with the S3. All right, at the moment, let's just skip next, and we don't need any tags as well. Just click next. This user has no permissions. Okay, that's fine. We're going to come back to it later, but at the moment we don't need anything, so we just go ahead and create a new user. Okay, so you get the access ID and secret. All right, so you can even download this CSV file if you need to, and make sure to keep these safe, somewhere safe. Okay, so at the moment we can just grab them and store them in our env file. Okay, so access key ID, so let's go here in env and let's create this variable aws access key ID equals to, paste that ID here, and let's also grab the secret. Okay, let's copy secret access key. Okay, aws secret access key equals to, paste that in. All right, so this is very important. Access key and ID, do not expose it. At the moment I'm doing it because I'm making this tutorial, but as soon as I'm done with this, I will be deleting this account. All right, so we have the key and secret, and that is all we need at the moment. All right, now let's go back to services and let's search for SES, simple email service. Okay, so here first thing we need to do is we need to go to email addresses and add the email addresses so that we can continue start using this service. Okay, at the moment we are in the sandbox mode, which means it is not suitable for production. All right, so any email you want to send confirmation or anything like that, you have to add that email and verify. Okay, so for example, during this application development, I'll be using react node aws@gmail.com. that will be one email address for myself as an admin, and maybe I'll use another one, something like ryan@gmail.com or whatever that is. But make sure you have access to these both email addresses and you verify them here in the AWS console. Okay, so only the verified email addresses you can use to send or receive emails, okay, during the sandbox mode. But when you go in production mode later, when you deploy your app to production, you can open a ticket here. So go to support center and ask them to take your account out of the sandbox so that you can use it in production, and they will do it within 24 hours. All right, so let's go ahead, let's verify a new email address. So the primary email address we will be using for testing is react-node-aws@gmail.com. verify this one. Okay, so you have successfully sent verification. All right, that's good. I will be getting email anytime soon here. All right, so we just need to click here. All right, congratulations, you have successfully verified an email address. Okay, so that's good. Now we want to create one more email address, so let's go ahead and add one more, and this one I will use another Gmail address that I have, that is colorjs@gmail.com. I guess verify this one as well. You need at least two emails here, because one will be admin and one will be the user who is signing up to our application. All right, so I can log into this user's email address as well and verify just like I did here. I'll pause the video and I'll come back to it once I'm done with that. All right, so both of my email addresses are verified by now. Okay, so that's good. Now we should be able to start using this service. We also need one more thing, that is the region. Okay, so by default you can see here on the menu, by default our region is US East 1. Okay, so that is also important. We need to grab that and put it inside let's put it in this env file. AWS region equals to US East 1. Okay, so with these credentials we should be able to use AWS SCALABLE for sending emails. All right, so I will see you in the next lecture where we're going to implement a functionality to send users the confirmation email. All right, so in this lecture, this is what we did. We signed up to AWS, created a new user, ready to use SCS. We got the credentials, okay, and the billings, right? So let me quickly show you about the billings, how we can set up the alerts, okay, and then let's have a look at the pricing as well. Okay, so let me just paste that here. Here you can read about the SCS pricing. Okay, so pricing looks very competitive. You can see here, sending email from an application hosted in Amazon EC2, $0 for the first 62,000 emails you send each month, and then 10 cents for each 1,000 emails after that. So that sounds pretty good. All right, then beside this one, I wanted to quickly show you one more thing, that is the billing section. Okay, if let's go to services, billing, let's search for that, billing. Okay, and you can see your total cost. All right, so hopefully you don't have to pay any extra money within your first 12 months, but you never know, sometimes you might get $1 or $2 bill. All right, so let me quickly show you cost explorer. Enable cost explorer. It helps provide reporting, analytics, and all that stuff. All right, let's try this. Spend data for your account is being populated. It can take up to 24 hours. All right, billing preference, right? So let's click here, and you might want to check them out. Okay, so receive a PDF invoice by email, receive free tier uses alerts. Okay, that can be helpful, and receive billing alerts. Okay, so give the email address. Perfect. All right, in the next lecture we're going to send activation email to user whenever they want to register to our application using AWS email service. In this lecture we're going to try out sending an email using SCS. All right, so here in the controller we want to send a sample email to the registering user's email address, just to give it a try before we actually generate a token and send that in the user email. Okay, maybe the first thing we need to do is go to env file and add two more variables. Let's call it email2. In fact, we don't need email2, email from. Let's use the admin email, react node aws at gmail.com, and let's actually also add email2 as well. We might need sometime later. Okay, to admin, so think of this as admin. Okay, so email from and email2. Okay, so obviously we're not going to use email2 at this moment, but it might be useful later, so let's have them here. All right, so let's close this and let's come here. So we want to give this a try. So first thing we need to do is we need to import the npm package that we installed earlier, AWS SDK. Okay, so we're going to use this to configure the AWS the credentials that we have, the access key, secret key, and so on. Right, so let's import AWS from require AWS SDK. All right, so once you do that, we can configure AWS. So aws.config.update. Okay, so you get to use this method, and here you pass the configuration object. Okay, so we need to pass the access key ID access key ID. That's going to be process.env.aws. Let's copy so that we don't have any typos. Okay, so let's grab this ID. Okay, so let me copy this bit, comma, paste here, and paste one more time. Okay, so we got the access key. The next one we need is secret access key. Secret access key, and that's going to be process.env.aws secret access key. Okay, and finally we're going to use the region. Okay, and I recommend you to just continue using this region while you are following this course. Okay, just to make sure that we are on the same page, because this can create quite a lot of problem as well if you have it different. Okay, so here region, and that's going to be process.env.aws region. So once we have this configuration, AWS config, we should be able to use their service. All right, so first of all we want to use the SCS, so let's store that in a variable const SCS equals to create a new instance of aws.ses. okay, and here we need to pass the API version. Okay, and that's going to be 2010-12-01. okay, so basically we're just following the official docs. Okay, this is all the information you will find in the official docs as well. However, AWS, because it is huge, you can find yourself easily lost if you're new to AWS. So that's why I'm sure you are taking this course, and I'm trying to explain to you in simple terms so that it is easy to get up and running. All right, so we got the configuration. We have the SCS, which is a new instance of AWS SCS. All right, that's perfect. Let's write some code here. Okay, so when we get request to the register here, register endpoint, we want to send an email to that user. So when we get the data from the front end, we get the name, email, and password. So this email, the incoming email, we can use that, and that email is the one we want to send this email, right? So to the user's email address we will be sending an email. Perfect. Okay, so here const first, let's destructure the user input from request body. So we will be getting user name, email, and password from request body. All right, now to send an email we need to create the parameters object. Okay, so what we want to send in the email. Okay, so let's create params object. All right, so here we're going to define everything. For example, source, where is this email is generating from? Source, okay, it's a capital S. All right, and that's going to be the root, the admin email. At the moment we have react-node@aws@gmail.com. later you might have a different, for example, admin@yourdomain.com, something like that, right? But at the moment this is the one we're going to use email from. Okay, so source is going to be process.env.email from. Okay, destination, and the destination is going to be this user, the one that we're getting from the front end. This user's email is where we want to send this email. So destination is this email. Okay, so destination to addresses. Okay, so it's a plural, addresses. All right, so here you pass the array of email. At the moment we have only one email, but you could have many emails, so this has to be an array. Okay, so that's perfect. We got source, we got destination, next we want to have a reply to addresses. And by the way, if you want to have a look at this in the docs, I think you can. Okay, let's try AWS SCS, because that always helps, you know. Okay, so let's give this a try. Amazon Simple Email Service. Now it's a bit hard to find your way out in the docs. Let's say Node. All right, give this a try. Okay, so this should have some example here. Yeah, so you can see here they have the config. All right, just like we did, and then they have created this params which has destination, a CC addresses, 2 addresses, and message. This is how we're going to create a message. It's going to have body we're going to send the HTML email. Okay, we can send the subject, source, reply address, all this stuff. We're doing it. Okay, so this is how we're doing it. It is in the official docs as well. Okay, if you want to have a look at that. All right, so let's continue with this one. Let me have a bit of a gap here. All right, so source, destination. Next one is reply to addresses. To addresses. Okay, so when user gets the email, if you want them to be able to reply, then where does that have to go? That has to go to email 2. Okay, so we can use that here. Reply addresses, that's going to be process.env.email2. all right, then next one, message. Now we're going to create a message. Now the message will have body. Okay, so in the body we're going to have HTML. We're going to send HTML email. Okay, so when you're sending HTML email, you want to have a character set. Okay, that's important. Character set, that's going to be UTF-8. Okay, and then data. So what data we want to send? We want to send some HTML data. Okay, so let's use backticks. All right, and I'm going to write some HTML, and here inside HTML we create a body tag, and inside body we can have h1, let's say hello, and we can embed this name, the username. All right, that is in h1, and then we can have p tag, and here we can write something like, let's say, test email. Okay, we can even apply some styling if you want, style just like we would do in HTML. So style color red. Okay, so that's our HTML, the data there. So this message will contain the subject as well. So this is body, it ends here. Let's have a subject. So character set is going to be UTF-8. Data, it's going to be, let's say, complete your registration. Okay, so this is the parameter that we want to send in the email. Okay, so we got the source, destination, message, subject. Beautiful. Okay, so this params ends here. So once you have that, it is easy to send an email. So const send email, let's call it. All right, so this is going to use the SCS, which we have here. SCS, new instance of AWS SCS, right? So SES dot send email. Okay, so this is the method comes with the SCS, AWS.SCS, right? So send email. This is our own variable name. We could maybe call something different. Send email let's say on register, okay, something like that. So this is going to be equal to the send email, and we're going to pass the params, okay, and then this is going to return promise. So promise, okay. So once we have that, we can use then and cats to see the success message or any error message. Okay, send email on register, okay, because this is a promise, okay. So this will send email based on these params, and then that will give us the promise so that we can use then and cat. So this promise is now available in this variable. So with this variable we get access to then and cats, okay. Let me put it in a different line, then cats, okay. So here then, if it is successful, if we get the data, we can console log, let's say email submitted to SCALABLE data. Let's console log that, and we can also send the response send email sent, all right, something like that. But if there is an error, we can console log RCS email on register error, okay, and we can send the response send email failed. We shouldn't be just sending use send method like so. We should be using JSON and send the JSON response, but we will come back to it, okay. We have a bit more work to do here. This is just a test message, all right. So we got this register function here in the controller, which will send an email, okay. That's pretty good, but we have to give this a try. So let's make sure we have the server running, we have the client running, all right, and let's try to register a user, okay, localhost, and this email has to be a valid email and the one that you verified in your AWS, okay. So previously we tried this, right? We went to SCS simple email service and we verified two email. One is the admin one, verified email addresses, so you can see one is the admin, another one is the user, which we're going to play around during this application development for testing, okay. So make sure you have verified both email addresses, especially this one and this one as well, obviously, again both. All right, so here let's try Ryan and the valid email, the one that is verified, that is scalabrjs@gmail.com. type password, let's just type some password and let's hit register, okay. So we're getting this response because this is not a JSON response, this is just a text response, so it comes like slide, and we got email failed, so something happened here. Let's have a look in the console, okay. So user Ryan is not authorized to perform send email resource on this one, so access denied, okay. So if you remember previously we created this user, but this user doesn't have any permission. So let's quickly go to the AWS services. Let's go to the IAM. So this is where we created a user and all that stuff we did earlier. Here, click on the users, click on this user Ryan, and this user, you can see this ARN. This is the error we're getting here, okay. So ARN basically means AWS resource number, all right, okay. So what we need to do is we need to give access to this user so that the user can use the SCS services, okay. So let's click on the add permission here and attach existing policies, copy permissions from existing user, get started with the groups. We don't want to do that. Let's try this one. Okay, so you can filter out all the policies here. AWS provides a lot of services. The one we want is SCS, so let's type in here, and you can see here Amazon SCS full access. So this is the one you want to check, okay, because this is the field policy we want to give access to this user. All right, so next review. Okay, that looks good. Add permissions. Okay, now this user Ryan has access to SCS. It has full access. All right, beautiful. Now let's come back here and let's just refresh just to make sure. All right, now let's try this time. Okay, we still have the data. Let's try register. Email sent. All right, so that looks pretty good. Email sent. You can see here email submitted to SCS. We console log the success data as well. All right, that looks awesome. So that means this user color.js must have got the email. Okay, let's give it a try. I'm logged in as the other user as well. Let's go to inbox. Okay, you can see here React Node AWS, complete your registration. This is the subject we gave. All right, here, beautiful. Let's give it a try, and you can see hello Ryan, test email. Okay, how good is that, right? So it was a lot of work. Getting up and running with AWS is not easy. I have to say there are a lot of things to consider, but we did it. We signed up, and we even use one of the service by them, SCS. Okay, this is just the beginning. Now in the next lecture we're going to generate a token and send an email to the user, so that when the user clicks on that email link, he will be taken to the front end of our application, and from there he can finish off his registration process. All right, so let's do it in the next lecture. In the previous lesson, we were able to send an email when the user tries to register, and we could send an email as well. Okay, but there is no point of sending such a plain email. What we want to actually do is send a clickable link, so that when the user clicks on that link, he will be taken to the front end of our application. We will create a page for that, and then from there on he can click on the button that will say okay, click here to complete your registration or something like that. All right, so that means we need to continue working in our register. Okay, so here the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that the new user, this user's email is not already taken, because our application we will identify each user by email, so we don't want to have duplicate emails, right? So if we quickly have a look at here, let's get rid of this one, this hashing password, user schema, everything we've done. Okay, let's get rid of that. All right, so implement JSON Web Token based authentication system. That's what we're going to do now. Now this is the next step. Before we save user in database, check if user already exists. Okay, so we need to perform that check if user's email is valid by sending verification. Okay, we can do that as well. Okay, and once they click on the client side from the link we will send in the email, we will take them to our React app and take the token from the route. That route token, that token consists of user name, email, and password. I guess that information again will be sent back to our server, and this time we can finally save the user in the database. All right, that's a lot, but let's start from here. Let's make sure that the user doesn't already exist. Okay, so here we have all this data from the request body, and here let's leave a comment here. Check if user exists in our database. Okay, so for that we can access the user model. we created earlier. Okay, so let's come here, let's import const user. Okay, so let me quickly show you the user model that we created earlier. We have the schema, methods and everything, and we are exporting by the name of user with capital U. Okay, so that's important. So this user model we can import and use. Okay, so here const user equals to require, so we need to go one step up and then models/user. Okay, so now that we have the user model, we get a lot of methods that is provided to us by Mongoose to make life really easy. All right, to query the database, finding the particular user, saving the user, updating, deleting, everything becomes so much easier because we're using Mongoose and we have the models, schema and everything. All right, so first of all, this user model, we want to find out if the user with this email exists. Okay, so there is a method called find one. Okay, so you can also use find, but find will look on the entire collection, but find one will look for the particular one. For example, for this particular email, as soon as this user with this email is found, the code execution will stop. Okay, so this is better for performance reason as well. Unless you need the entire collection, you want to use find one. If you need entire users collection, then you will use find. But if you want looking for just one particular user, then you will use find one. Okay, so user find one, find based on email. So you would do something like this email. However, the key and value, they are same, so you don't need to write like so, you can just leave it. Okay, so find based on email, which is here we're getting from the request body, then execute. Okay, so this is not a JavaScript function, this is a function provided to us by Mongoose. Okay, so execute. Once we find, we're going to execute, and this execute method takes argument, and the argument is a function itself. Okay, so we give the argument a function, write arrow function here, and this function, in this function we will get either error or user. Okay, so find the user and then execute. Okay, this callback function, we get either the success or error. Okay, if there is success, we get the user, otherwise we get error. All right, so first we need to handle the error. Especially when you're working with Node.js, it is really important you handle all the errors, otherwise the entire node process can get stopped. Okay, so that's really important. So if error, in fact this time actually we're looking for user. If we find the user, that means we have to give the error message that sorry, the user already exists with this email. Okay, so if we find the user, then we're going to return response with a status of 400 with a JSON response. We're going to send the error message, email is taken. All right, so by the sometimes you might want to inspect the actual error. In that case, you can also console log error. Okay, you can do something like that as well. Anytime you come across some errors, something like this you get, but you want to get into the root of the project because you don't know what's going on, you can always console log like so. All right, so if there is a user, we will show this error message, we will send this message to our front end. Otherwise, okay, so if not, then let's come down here, let's go ahead and generate the JSON web token. Okay, so generate token with the user name, email and password. Okay, so we're getting all this information from the request body. So all this information we're going to hash using the JSON web token and send it back to the user in his email address. And if you're not sure why we're doing it, just follow along with me. it will make perfect sense. All right, so the reason we're doing it, let me quickly tell you anyway. So this information we will send back to the user's email as a clickable link, and when they click, we will take them to our front end, and the front end we will grab this token and send it back to the server. Okay, so that way we can make sure that this user has a valid email address, and then we can save in the database, no problem. Okay, so that is the whole point. Okay, so we generate a token using a JWT. That means we have already installed that package here, JWT, JSON Web Token. All right, so we need to use this now. Okay, so here const JWT, let's write JWT equals to require JSON Web Token. Okay, now with this package we can generate a token. Now before we generate a token, there are a few more things we need to do, such as we need some environment variables. So to generate a token, we need the secret key, and we should add all those credentials in the env file. Okay, so here let's write JWT secret equals to, you can type some random strings that is hard to guess. Okay, anything, doesn't matter. Okay, JWT, the next one we want is JWT account activation. By the way, you can call them give them any name, but I'm just following the convention so that it is easy to read. All right, so account activation, again you can just type some random string. I guess something that is impossible to guess. All right, so we got the secret account activation. Let's also add one more so that we don't have to come back later. JWT reset password. We're going to work on this a bit later, but let's have it here. Okay, so that's good. We got JWT secret account activation and reset password. Okay, this is the one we're going to use right away. Okay, let's save, come back here. Now we can create a signed token. Okay, so we're going to use JWT, and this gives us the sign method. So here we're going to create a token, and this token will have all this information: name, email, and password. All right, so let's grab this, put it here. So this information will be in the generated token, and not only that, we also need to pass the secret. I guess so. Back here, secret, JWT secret. In fact, we're going to use this one, account activation, right? So this is the activation process that is happening here. Okay, let's use this account activation. Come back here, and as the second argument you want to give that, so process.env dot JWT account activation. All right, and then for third argument is going to be the expiry date. EXPIRES in expires in, how long you want to validate this token. I mean, you can set the time. If you give like 10 minutes, that means within 10 minutes this token has to be used, otherwise it will expire. Okay, so from 10 minutes to 10 days to 10 years, you can give any amount of time. But for account activation, I guess it is it should be 10 minutes. That is plenty time, and after 10 minutes our token will not be valid anymore, and if they try to reactivate after 10 minutes, we will show them the message that sorry, token has expired, try again. All right, so as you can see here, this sign method took 3 arguments. The first argument is the user information, which can be decoded as long as we have this secret key. So the next time you want to decode this token, okay, so this token is generated using this method. Now next time you want to decode this token and get this information back again, then you can, as long as you have this secret key. All right, and that is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to send this token, let's put it in a variable, const token equals to this token generated by this method. Okay, so based on this user information along with this secret key and the expiry date. Okay, so this token we're going to send to the user email, and user will click on this token and he will be taken to the front end. Okay, so in the front end we will grab this token again from the router, from the route, like so. Okay, and then this token we will send back to our server, and our server can decode because our server has the secret, right? So our server can decode this information so that we have the name, email, password again, and based on that information we will finally save the user. Okay, but when it is hashed it will not be readable. Okay, you will see. Now once we have that, we want to send this token in the email, right? So to send this token as email, we can just work on our params. Okay, so params, that's the source, that's the destination, and reply to. So here in the body we're going to make some changes. Okay, so HTML character set data we have. So here what we want to do, let's actually get rid of the body, we don't need that. All right, so we got HTML h1, let's say verify your email address, verify your email address. Okay, so that's h1. Let's get rid of this. And here, by the way, we can have multiple line here in the template string with the backticks. It's pretty good. Okay, so we got HTML, we have the head. Let's create a paragraph. Let's say please use the following link to complete your registration. Okay, and then here we're going to have another paragraph tag, and this time we're going to show the client URL, so where users will be taken when they click, right? So do we have that yet? Client URL, yes we do. Okay, beautiful. Let's grab this. Okay, so this is going to be process.env.client URL. So that's going to be our client URL slash auth slash activate slash token. All right, so when users get the email, they will get this link. Okay, so if they click on this link will take them to the localhost 3000 slash auth slash activate slash this token, which will be very long of this token that has been generated. All right, that means we also need to create this page in our front end, but we will do that later. Let's successfully send this to users email first. That is our priority here. Okay, and that is pretty much it. We're done, right? We are pretty much done here. Okay, so we got the params. The only thing we did is we added a bit of HTML. We just modified the message, and that is it, right? So let's give this a try. And before we actually build this page in the front end so that we can grab this token from the URL, maybe we can move this code to a separate helper function here, a helper file here, because it looks quite big. I guess it's a lot of code. If we can refactor, we should, to keep things simple. All right, but let's give this a try. Okay, so I still have the same user email that is valid, that has been verified in the AWS, so we can give this a try. Let's try. Okay, now this time I got token is not defined. in auth.js 43. Let me quickly have a look. 42. Okay, so a token is not available here. Okay, so that's because you can see user find one, we have the curly brace and this ends here, but this params is outside of this. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to copy, we can minimize that, and we can grab everything. Okay, so grab everything, cut it out, and move inside here, paste here. Okay, so we are just moving everything inside this curly brace here. Okay, perfect. Now if you miss anything or any typos you have, make sure to check out the source code. I will make it available for each lecture. Okay, so we find the user. If there is user, we send the error message, otherwise we generate a token, and we create this program that contains the token as this link, clickable link, and we are finally sending the email. Okay, now let's give this a try. Let's have a look here. Email sent. So of course we need to also work on this to send the JSON response, but email is sent. Let's quickly have a look at the email. Okay, so we got email completed registration, and this time you can see we got h1 verify your email, a bit of a paragraph text here, and we have this long clickable link. And you can see here we have the client URL, so localhost 3000 /auth/activate/ this long token. Now this token contains user information, name, email, and password. Okay, at the moment if you click, nothing happens because we don't have that page. We see 404. However, soon we're going to create this page and we're going to grab this from the parameter, this token. Okay, so we're going to grab this from the URL and submit this back to our server so that our server can finally save this user in the database, because if they are here, that means they were able to come back here because they use the valid email address to sign up. Okay, so that's perfect. That's all we wanted, right? We wanted a user who has the valid email address. That is what we wanted. Okay, so this looks great. Okay, before I finish this lecture, let me quickly go back to my project here, and in fact maybe we should do it in the next lecture. It's been quite long. So in the next lecture, I'm going to refactor this code, move this to a different file so that it is well organized, and we're also going to convert them to JSON. All right, I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you.